and the head of training at Fibre. Mr. Steve Song, a representative of Mozilla, the Fibre team, representatives from other regulatory authorities where I belong, Kenya, Malawi, and South Sudan, and Gambia, the communication service providers, and the entire communication sector fraternity here today. All distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a beautiful day today, unlike yesterday, so I think we should enjoy it and have smiles on our face. I'm very honored today to have been given this task or opportunity to give opening remarks at this day 2 of the summit. My name is Henry Mugabe, as mentioned by Simon, and I work with a communication regulator. So she really commended the organizers for having identified and created this platform to discuss these important topics. As you may be aware, we had a workshop the first 3 days. That was Monday to Wednesday, on the open fiber data standards, and the workshop organized by our Fibre. And we had our main facilitator, Mr. Steve Song. We also had demonstrations and presentations from Huawei. And the workshop was really insightful, where we looked at recommendations on the data standards, parameters, the format, structure, their storage, and how to map. We really had good insights in many of these. We had demonstrations and discussed on issues regarding management of the data, which data to share publicly, which data to keep private. So while we are talking about the open fiber data standards, I think we bear in mind, I know there is a fear, and we all have it, that it may pose risks to openly share the data. So we had those also conversations on how to manage and restrict the data. I was actually with my senior engineer, BAM, who I would say has been such a big coach in this area. And I had yesterday, for the people who were here, because I was initially working in the Spectrum department. so I interacted a lot with them. But I was shocked when one of the colleagues who are seated at the same table mentioned that they had never actually visited a Huawei training center. Like I said, we had demonstrations there, and we're really noteworthy. We saw the new technologies, how they're evolving and emerging, and the need for flexibility and preparedness to support the broadband agenda, because I think it is now a global phenomenon. So I would encourage you that especially Kenyans take this advantage. This is a regional center, for example, and I would imagine if I imagine and I know that people travel even from different countries to benefit from these facilities. So take advantage. Allow me in a special way to thank our Frailty, the Frailty management, over all the years, because it's been in existence for some time, for playing such a critical role of building capacity in our sector. As my brother Gabriel yesterday said, this is a reunion for me and him. We were here 19 years back. As we were joining the regulator, one of the key gaps that was there, because the conventional institutions don't have programs or courses for regulation, for spectrum management. So we are here to be inducted into that area of regulation. And I think we are testimony that our Frailty did a good job. Now that I'm even standing here, I'm still serving the same sector. I think I've been helpful, especially to my country and my administration in Uganda. So I would like and request you to give an applause to our Frailty for the great job that they are doing. And please keep it up. Yeah, and also I wish to congratulate you. I saw you are boasting of about 30,000 trainees, almost 3,000 with professional certification. That's great. And I also take this opportunity to thank our Frailty again and Mozilla for sponsoring and organizing and even sponsoring us to participate in here. Me and my colleagues from other countries are fully sponsored to participate in this. So we thank you. Okay, for those people, we have some new people who didn't attend yesterday. We had a wonderful day yesterday, much as it had been. It had a very, very mean morning, I would say, but it went through very well. The program director has managed it well. The panelists gave us a good dose of what we're looking out for. We had conversations and discussions on very important aspects. On the optical fiber data standards, there was emphasis on data sharing and infrastructure sharing. I think we here in this tent, we all agreed that yes, it is very essential and it is a good practice world over to share infrastructure to promote the fast and easy penetration and growth of especially the fiber optical infrastructure. And I think we can tell from the success registered by countries that have adopted that approach. So I would encourage and urge all of us to really embrace that in all our different capacities, play our different roles, yeah, as regulators and government agents, as the operators, and like it was mentioned yesterday, we shouldn't look at this as competition. We should look at it as more of, there was the new term I learned, collaborative competition. So let us look at it as supporting each other. And it was noted that it would benefit advocacy for conducive policies and probably authorizations. It will reduce on the cost, individual operator costs. It would foster faster deployment and more penetration, of course, and would definitely also open up economies of scale for the players. Noteworthy, it was also encouraged that in this endeavor, the operator organizations would play a very big role. We heard from TESPOC and what they're trying to do. In Uganda, we have Fibre Broadband Association. So these organizations or associations are very key, and I think should also take up the forefront in trying to promote that agenda. Tomorrow, yesterday, we still had great discussions on AI, on how we can leverage from it, caring for cybersecurity, to avoid distraction, to avoid rendering our people dependent and unproductive. There was a discussion on children now have made Google their great friend, and ChatGPT. It is, and it was noted that it is actually affecting their ability to think on their own. So while we are embracing AI, we should be conscious about such. And there was, it was echoed that we should try as much as possible to become application producers rather than just consumers. That's how best will be, our economies will benefit from these developments. I can confidently say that all these initiatives may not be achieved if we don't have broadband access. And I guess this is the reason for this summit. I would share, of course, just like many other countries, we are all trying to come up with strategies. And of course, it's an area that has been, in a way, focused on in developing the broadband. I had my friend Haj here who talked about spectrum. The discussions right now, next month, is it November? They will be in Dubai discussing how to allocate spectrum. But the key or the primary discussions are focusing on broadband and IMT. So as countries or as the region, we need to look at fostering that. In Uganda, like I mentioned in my submission yesterday, we have made a few initiatives, especially in the policy side and the regulation side. We have a broadband policy in place that was put in place in 2019, but the niche of it is talking about broadband access. We just, the Ministry of ICT has just released the Digital Transformation Roadmap. We have put in place regulations and reviewed, because we had regulations, but they have been reviewed to incorporate the developments. We have frameworks. I mentioned one of the framework is infrastructure sharing, deployment and sharing, which one of the things is encouraging the open data sharing. And we have several. If you look at, we just had a year or two back, we just had a review of our licensing regimes. But like I mentioned, they are looking at encouraging the infrastructure developments, because they were categorized into broad service providers, the public service providers, and the public infrastructure providers, meaning that you can have your infrastructure just for other operators to use. And then other operators to know that I can roll out a service, the ISPs and the like. I can roll out a service without worrying about having infrastructure. So in a way, already the licensing regime that put in place is encouraging infrastructure sharing. So we have many other things, I would say provisions, obligations to broadcasters, not to harass them, but to ensure quality service delivery to the public. I'll just mention that too. They have obligations on coverage, service coverage. All their licenses require them to cover up to 90% geographical area of Uganda, all the region, because we issue licenses based on region and based on the entire country. So it's 90% for the region or the entire country, depending on the license you hold. And this is supposed to be achieved effective the 2020 for 5 years. We also have the QAS obligation, the quality of service obligations in terms of voice and data that these operators are supposed to achieve. So it is, with those obligations, it is inevitable that they have to work towards ensuring that they have reliable and sustainable infrastructure to drive, to achieve those obligations. Today, we have a line of topics and panelists. Essentially, you're still looking at, again, broadband penetration, digitization, technological innovations. And I have no doubt that the deliberations we're going to have are going to bear fruit, and there will really be great lessons that we can all take on. So it is upon us to not just attend and say we were part of this conference, but to try and endeavor to implement all that we will have learned from here, and the practices that we think will drive our communication sector forward. So allow me at this juncture to wish you good deliberations and wish you a successful day today. Thank you. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, Henry. Henry deserves a clap that can be heard in Kampala. So we have high-powered teams and organizations here. And allow me to appreciate the host, Afralty. Let's appreciate Afralty. Can you imagine the organization serving over 50 organizations annually across Africa, and in the last 5 years, training over 30,000 participants in the last 30 years. So you're actually talking of 6,000 per year. And that's amazing in terms of capacity building and research. Let's appreciate the sponsor, Mozilla. And we have member states, South Sudan, Uganda, the Gambia, Malawi attending. Let's appreciate the member states. And then we appreciate the speakers from the industry, regulators, ISPs, and governments. Let's appreciate them. And then we appreciate the panelists. Okay. Is a mantra that says we rise by raising others. So the tone of inclusion is very important in this agenda that we are having. And for us to get some very good context, inclusion, we have Josephine Melisa from the Association of Progressive Communications. She'll be telling us about the state of community networks and the impact of the undeserved. Let's appreciate Josephine as she shares her insights. Josephine has a presentation, and our IT team, please help us connect.
This one?
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much to Afralti for the invitation to be part of this summit today. I'll be speaking on the subject on community networks. I don't know if the screen. Yes, I work with the Association for Progressive Communications, which is a civil society organization dedicated to promote ICTs for social justice. We have 62 organizational members and 29 individuals active in 73 countries. In relation to community networks, we do advocacy work as well as support in the creation of an enabling ecosystem, participating in national, regional, as well as global forums. Specifically to community networks, this is part or is hosted within an initiative known as local networks, which brings together APC and Rhizomatica, and we work towards creating an enabling ecosystem for the growth and emergence of community networks or community-based connectivity in the global south. So here today, I know there are many people, or there are some people in the room who might not be aware of what community networks are. And so I just included this slide so that it would provide context as to what community networks are. In Africa, we see that community networks is not just about deployment of telecommunications infrastructure, but is really networks that are built by, with, and for the people. And they look at a holistic model to connecting the unconnected. So looking at the issues around affordable access to the internet, also looking at capacity building and locally relevant content. They vary in terms of the models themselves, but at the core of it is the term community, and the core of it is impact to the community in a way that they promote access in areas where there is no infrastructure. In areas where there's infrastructure, they also improve access to affordability, and then anchoring on beyond connectivity, looking at how exactly the people within a given community would like to use the internet. So ensuring that it really captures the local nuances and ensures that the content online is relevant in terms of language as well as in terms of applications. Different organizations start and run community networks, and this can be non-for-profit organizations, cooperatives. In some countries, there can be project partnerships, network operators, as well as the academia. On the infrastructure side and services, community networks, sometimes the infrastructure is deployed to provide voice and SMS, mobile data, fixed wireless, using both licensed or unlicensed band, and then also sometimes the infrastructure is built on fiber. Then on the services side, as I mentioned, it's around ensuring that there's content and the platforms are relevant. So some of the content can be e-commerce, health, agriculture, or education. Then also they vary in terms of size. Mostly geographical coverage would be determined by the size of the network, but also the licensing framework within a country, and I'll speak a bit to that when I get to Kenya. The users vary. Also, in some community networks, we see they can be as little as 50, but grow up to 500,000. And also in terms of the backhaul, In terms of development, community networks go through different stages of development. Stage one is usually the starting phase. And speaking about the state of community networks in Kenya, I would say majority of them in the starting stage. And this stage is mostly identifying the local champions within the community, looking for funding in terms of seeking for the seed capital to fund the infrastructure. They also develop partnerships within the community to know how the network is going to be developed, how it's going to be planned, and maintenance, procurement of equipment and resources. We find especially when it comes to the resources, they would look at what is available within a particular community. So there's a lot of issues around infrastructure sharing. So if there are community radios in the community, if they can partner with them, and also just how, as a community, they can be able to pool resources together. Who are these human resources that they're going to use in terms of the deployment of the network? Examples given here, some examples in South Africa, but as I mentioned, in Kenya, currently, majority of them are in this starting phase. And then beyond that, they now grow into the sustaining phase, where the network is growing. And then stage 3, growth, and lastly, the last stage is maturation. We have quite a number of community networks in Kenya, and here I've just been able to mention a few, and I'm happy that we have representatives from the different community networks here in the room. So we have Mwendwa Kivuva from Angaza, which is championed by Kiktanet. We also have Barak from Aheri Community Network, and also the convener for the Association of Community Networks. For them to be able to grow, these are some of the enablers that we've been able to identify. So first is the issue around licensing. Majority of our countries across Africa do not have a framework for community networks, and it's because I think in the telecommunication sector, it wasn't envisioned that non-for-profit players or cooperatives would come in to provide last-mile connectivity. And so this really limits in terms of the growth and sustainability of community networks, but that for them to grow, there needs to be a licensing framework that recognizes community networks. Secondly is the issue around technical capabilities, and as these networks are built by the community members, sometimes the resources in terms of capacity might be within the community. Sometimes it is outsourced from different partners, but it's essential that for the long term and sustainability that we have mechanisms to be able to build technical capabilities. And what are these capabilities? It's the ability for the community network to be able to do the actual deployment, scale where there's need for scaling, as well as maintain the infrastructure. But also beyond that, just looking at how do you ensure that we are driving digital inclusion at the community level. So going beyond just having hotspots to ensuring that community members are actually utilizing in the internet meaningfully. Then third is access to financing, and this is really core. As we know, in the telecom ecosystem, it's quite capital intensive, and so community networks need that initial capex for them to be able to deploy the network. So far, the capex has mostly come from development agencies as well as non-for-profit. So here in the room, Internet Society, represented by Kevin, has been a major champion for community networks across the region. We also have APC and other partners supporting the work. But now, as we're looking for long-term in terms of growth, we also need to know how within our country budgets we can be able to give them this capex for them to deploy. Then access to spectrum. Majority of community networks currently are utilizing the unlicensed bands, but which affect quality. And so we also need how to ensure that access to spectrum becomes affordable. And lastly is the issue of backhaul, which is a main conversation in this summit around fiber. So for the licensing framework as the first enabler for community networks, Kenya has made quite a headway in terms of coming up with the community network service provider license. And under this license category, non-for-profit, which can be a CBO, an NGO, or a society, can be able to start a community network. They operate usually within the boundary of a sub-county. And then we can see also in terms of affordability, the license is quite affordable. We have the application fee of 1,000 shillings. and then annual operating fee of 5,000 for a 10-year period. Community networks are exempted from USF contributions, and just in terms of the growth, we have about 10 community networks that have already applied for licensing to the Communications Authority. 4 have received offer letters, and there are quite a number that are also waiting for board approval. So this just comes in to showcase that when licensing is available, then we can see that the number of interest for community members also rises. Zimbabwe also is another country that has a license framework for community networks. The conditions are actually very, very similar to those in Kenya, and we have quite a movement of community networks growing, which is being championed by Murambinda Community Network in Zimbabwe. Beyond those, I'd also like to mention Uganda also have a community networks, a communal networks license, but unlike the Kenya and Zimbabwe, which are quite affordable, the Uganda one is still at $2,000 US, which can be a bit expensive, especially for community-based organization. Then the second enabler is capacity building, and in Kenya we had a structured training and mentorship program for community networks, which ran from 2020. And within this framework, it brought together organizations either that are already have already started community networks, or organizations that are interested in starting community networks. And during this period, they were able to be taken through some core things that are needed in maintaining or in starting as well as maintaining a community network. So the training looked at the network, setting up the network infrastructure. It also looked at issues around local content and services and sustainability. And as it came to an end last year, they were able to start something called a community of practice. And the goal of this was that beyond the training, we are able to build platforms where these community networks can be able to come together for peer-to-peer learning, knowledge sharing, so that they are able to grow beyond. So the knowledge that they have already gotten, they can be able to expand it even to other communities. And we've seen a really great outcomes from this. For example, during the application for the communication from the CN licenses, some were way ahead of others, and so there was quite a lot of hand-holding and support with each other. And also this is actually what has provided that framework or housing that that grew into the Community Networks Association in Kenya. The third enabler is access to capital. And as I mentioned before, access to capital has mostly been from development partners. But it's for sustainability, it's important that we also look at how the universal service funds can be able to support community networks. Kenya as well has had a milestone in terms of putting community networks within the USF strategy for 2022-2026. And in that, there's a mention that they would like to establish 100 community networks in unserved and underserved communities. And then additionally, the other enabler, which is digital skills and content, also within the Universal Service Fund, there's a mention that there will be support for organizations that would like to develop local content. Malawi is also another country that mentions community-based ISPs, and within its new strategy, 2022-2027, they are also looking to support community-based ISPs. So access to capital is really important for community networks. And when it comes to it, I think I'd just like to advocate on two things with regards to the enablers. Access to capital that can be able to support community networks in terms of infrastructure build, in terms of the network operation, expansions and upgrades, and also in terms of the operations and sustainability. Sometimes funding can be quite spotty, and the journey to a sustainable community networks is not a one-off investment. And so that is why within our advocacy, we look at if funding can go for up to 36 months, which can be phased out so that you ensure that the investment really counts instead of just giving a one-off investment and then going to other initiatives. And so within the USF strategies as well, as regulators are looking to structure it and see how they can be able to support community networks, these are some of the core things they can look at in terms of how do they support infrastructure building, how can USF support operations, how can USF support upgrades as well as expansions for these networks. Then capacity building, I mentioned a program that which was the Kenya National School of Community Networks that happened from 2020 to 2022. And this program was supported by APC with financial support from the UK government. But the phase for that program ended last year. And so again, to speak to the issues around sustainability is also to see how such programs can be able to expand beyond the grant funding duration. And so from our experience, we saw that some of the costs that are needed to run capacity building will be costs around the personnel who are conducting the training and mentorship, stipends, looking at some costs such as allocation. Sometimes they'll need equipment for training, as well as just some allowances for the mentees. The training programs also incorporate a lot of peer-to-peer learning. So in terms of funding, also looking at how we can be able to support travel, accommodation for physical gatherings, consultancies fees as well, which help the community networks to be able to do activities such as techno-feasibility studies that help them analyze and create strategic plans on how to structure or how to deploy their community networks. But beyond that, also consultants that can be able to support them in terms of cost analysis and also development of the training toolkits. So this is my last slide, and just here I'd like to reflect on some of the reflections or the lessons that we've had from us working with community networks in Africa. First is the issue around ecosystem partnership. Within the whole digital inclusion ecosystem, there are quite a number of different players or quite a number of different organizations. And so it's important for us to come together so that we don't replicate efforts and see how we can be able to, one, map out what really the digital inclusion ecosystem looks like, what are the key components, who are the key players, and how do we support each other, align in terms of our strategies, and also align in terms of our resources. It's also important to build local capacities so that we ensure that there's longevity in terms of the programs. I think when it comes to community level, for example, we've seen a lot of ICT centers, telecenters deployed, but the core issue around sustainability was usually the capacity for the community networks to move or take these programs forward beyond the funding cycle. So it's important that we look at how we can be able to build capacity, not just in terms of implementation, but also ones that promote a sense of local ownership and value to the communities. The third lesson is around dialogue and collaborations with policymakers and regulators. This has really helped in countries where we have been successful. Can see, for example, Zimbabwe, Kenya, some of the countries where we have been quite engaged with the regulators and are able to see the milestones. And so we continuously advocate for spaces where, even as you're speaking about fiber, as you're speaking about backhaul, how do we ensure that policymakers and regulators are also part of these conversations? And then lastly is just unlocking the USF, which can go towards supporting the deployment, backhaul, capacity development, as well as support local content development. Thank you, and I'll be happy to take any questions. Any questions, interventions?
Morning, Josephine. Good to see you.
Morning.
Let me take a seat to be more. Now, my intervention is about the possibility of establishing 100 community networks within that strategic period. Maybe to enlighten the audience who may not be aware of the complexities of establishing a network, on what it would take, maybe, from your opinion. What do you think needs to happen, aside from having a goal on paper? They say a goal without a plan is just a dream. So what do you think? How many do we need to have set up this year? We are in 2023. And maybe address the initial aspect that had been proposed by USF team of having them in the underserved areas fast. So there's that issue of Steve Songolis is about planting seeds in the most unfertile land. Maybe enlighten the audience on those discussions.
Thank you, Dennis. I think for the first one, on how do we get to 100, I would say we need to build on existing efforts that have already gone on ground. For the National School of Community Networks, for example, of the training and mentorship that has been going on since 2020, we at least have a representation in a number of counties. So there's already existing community networks in quite a number of counties. So first, those community networks within those counties have the capacity to be able to seed other community networks as well in terms of capacity. So if we can be able to replicate the capacity building, not just from it being a national to more a county, so that to ensure that in each of our 47 counties, there is at least a training program for community networks. And beyond that, just funding, also need for awareness raising. Not so many people are aware of this license category, and I think the regulator can really help in terms of raising those, on raising that awareness. We know there's quite a number of what we call VCAOs going on with within the counties that the regulator participates in. And so if also within these frameworks, we can be able to really push for more awareness raising for community networks. So two key things I think for me would be one, capacity building, ensuring that we have capacity building programs in the 47 counties. Secondly, raise awareness. And thirdly, support the community networks that are existing, because they'll be the anchors within which the others can be built. I don't think I can speak to how many we need to deploy a year.
Thank you. I'm so happy for the presentation. For those who don't know me, I'm by name Deng Thon from South Sudan, National Communication Authority. You know, the community network, we don't have it in our country. And I'm so glad that it exists in Zimbabwe, Kenya, Malawi, and Uganda. And as a part of the region, I like it also to be in my country. So what are the challenges you are facing as a community network? And what are the source of your funding? I want to know these two things. Thank you.
Okay. So in terms of funding, maybe I'd just like to go back to, I'll go back to this slide, but I really like to speak to one core one, which is licensing. Because if already within the telecom market structure, community networks are not a category, even if people start to deploy, we are not sure of, or to pilot, we are not sure of sustainability, because you can be shut down at any time. So the core, I think, barrier, one of the main barriers for us is the issue around an existing licensing framework that recognizes community networks. The second one is access to financing, and I'd give an example of Kenya, where within the framework of the Kenya National School of Community Networks, we were able to train about 11. When we started, I think only 4 had existing infrastructure. Around 3 more have been able to get that initial capex to start. But even with the training, some still don't have capital for them to start community networks. So access to financing, the initial capex to deploy community networks is still quite a challenge. And then lastly is the issue of access to affordable backhaul as well, because we are building these networks to connect the unconnected. So if backhaul is still quite expensive, the capacity might be, the license might be there, infrastructure might be there, but still we will not be able to bring down at the cost. So what can we do in those instances? I think it's great that you're here representing the regulator. For us, an entry point is usually to have the conversations with the regulator and see if there's willingness to look and see how we can be able to create enabling policies and frameworks to support community networks. I'd say some of the countries, or the countries within we work with, have been very receptive, and that is why we are able to see the growth of community networks in these countries. Where do we get our funding from? Development agencies. For APC, for example, SIDA, which is the Swedish government, and the UK government have been the core sources of funding. We also collaborate quite a lot with the Internet Society. But now for us to do the work in that scale, I think we really need to get intervention from the Universal Service Funds.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Josephine. And I wanted to chime in on the question asked by Dennis. My name is Barack Otieno. I'm the chair of the Association of Community Networks in Kenya. And this is a product of the collaboration that Josephine has mentioned among various actors. But I want to single out what CA has done, and in particular, the Office of the DG in actually championing the community networks. When the license came out, applying for the license was something else. And the fact that the DG kept talking about it in different forums has actually made it something that people have taken note of. As to the question of 100, it is even possible to have them this year. Adding on what Josephine has said, we have a number of small networks. We call them Sambaza. Sambaza is a Swahili word for share in the estates, where young people have been coming together to answer connectivity needs within the locality that they operate in. These Sambazas fit squarely within the definition of a community network. And based on what Josephine has said, the pioneer community networks can act as an example for the Sambazas to become legitimate legal and regulatory entities. And because the license is already public, All that we need to do is to create an avenue for them to be able to acquire this license. So if we are to look at Sambazas around the country, I think we already have 100. But having said that, the issues that Josephine has mentioned are still there. We are witnessing a lot of stealing of infrastructure, whether radio or fiber, to meet the demand. So infrastructure in one part of the country is stolen and taken to another one, and vice versa. And these are back to the CAPEX issues that we are talking about. I think development partners, the Internet Society specifically, Mozilla, APC, and many others have really tried to help address the capital expenditure need. But we still have operational expenditure. Some of these Sambazas hire as many as 30 or 40 youth in this city. Those are families that they are feeding. So even if you think of clamping them down or shutting them down, you're actually affecting a very big part of the economy. And lastly, again, for us as a community network, we've become a darling of the Kenya Revenue Authority. So that tells you that the moment you set up, the government is on your case. They don't care whether you are a social enterprise or what. And that's just to say that community networks are also contributing to national development through payment of taxes. We also pay for bandwidth. So I wanted to add that and to thank you once again for the opportunity. I think I'll pass the mic here.
Thank you, Barack.
Thank you very much, Josephine, for your presentation. Okay, I'm Jiraine Dorothy from University of Nairobi. Now, I'm interested in these community networks, and where I would like you to let me know, maybe, or to inform us about the uptake at the grassroots level, and whether you, I don't know whether you focus on the virtual networks, or do you have the physical? Why I'm asking this is because I don't know. We did a research on the uptake of affirmative action funds for women at the grassroots level. And we thought that women in the remote areas are aware of what, or the various initiatives that the government has. But interestingly, very few were aware. So I would like to know, maybe you can just shed some light on the awareness perspective in terms of the, I don't want you to focus on any profiling. I know, you can take an overview so that we can at least understand. I'm a bit interested in these community networks, specifically on issues of community of practice, but my interest is on information science perspective. So I just want to know the uptake. Thank you.
Yes, so the networks themselves are actually anchored on quite community-centered initiatives. So when we talk about the CBOs, for example, of the NGOs, it's organizations that are already doing some sort of initiative within the community. So the connectivity part or the digital inclusion part mostly comes as a value add to what they were already doing. But even with those that start with digital inclusion, you mostly find yourself transitioning to other aspects because you are working with grassroots communities who sometimes don't even know what the internet is. So you can build the infrastructure, but in terms of, as you're saying, uptake, there are really quite a number of initiatives that are put in place to promote this. So how do they do that? In quite a number of communities, we see that in addition to having the infrastructure, which can be community hotspots, they also have what they call digital ICT centers, where community members can be able to come in and be trained on digital literacy. And this depends with their interest. So you'd find that there are some whose interest is just basic, how do I get online? We have some conducting trainings on online safety for women. Also, how do the elderly use ICTs? Sometimes with just the devices that you have, because not everyone has a laptop, not everyone has a computer. So the question around uptake is first, beyond connectivity, looking at the skilling. So there's the basic digital skilling, and then beyond that, there's also the intermediate or more advanced level, where it is now, especially the youth who are interested in the deployment maintenance of the network perspectives. Beyond digital literacy is really anchoring it on what is valuable to the community. Is it access to agriculture? Is it access to health? And so there are also platforms that now are built to be able to support this work. There's definitely, I would say, interest or demand at community level, but as Barack mentioned, most of the time you're quite under-resourced. And so the focus might be actually on ensuring that the network is sustainable before going on onto the value add. But other community networks, we have an example of Lanet community network in where it was a women-led community network, and it is anchored around women doing entrepreneurship within the community. So these are the frameworks, I think, for me, that really anchor on sustainability, because internet on itself is not valuable, especially when you get to the grassroots, where you don't have that you have to make buying data is actually an investment. So there's really need to look at how is that adding value in terms of livelihood, in terms of the social impact that ensures that if I spend 100 shillings or 50 shillings on connectivity, this is how much I'm able to get back.
Thank you. Yeah. Although I think we need to share some sign charts, yeah?
Yes,
because I think we have so many opportunities, and especially for value addition at the grassroots level, because I know there are some studies we are conducting as we speak of value addition with women at the grassroots. This one is specifically women. I know in Meru we are doing value addition for bananas, and in Nyanza, Kisumu, we are doing value addition to omena, that's the small fish, and the large fish. And we are also now exploring international markets for the same. And I think that's something, and we're working in collaboration with KELDI. That's University of Nairobi and KELDI. I think we have so much we can share.
Yes,
from that perspective. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I don't know whether it's a coincidence. I know Josephine wasn't there yesterday when I was mentioning Siaya, so I was a little bit teased when I saw Siaya in her presentation. Allow me to just get into this next presentation session and call upon Kevin Chege. Kevin Chege is going to delve into a presentation that focuses on Internet Resilience Index, and it's courtesy of the Internet Society. So let's encourage him up as he gets here, Kevin. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Good morning. As you've heard, my name is Kevin Chege. Thank you to Afralty for the invitation, and also Mozilla for sponsoring this event. So I'm going to talk about some work we've been doing at the Internet Society If you've not heard of the Internet Society before, we are a global organization that works to promote the open development of the Internet. We have a number of projects which we do. I'm mainly going to cover one, which is on measurements. So you may have heard of the term resilience, Internet, but what does it mean when it comes to Internet connectivity? So what we decided to do as Internet Society is to work with Afrinic to determine what exactly is the internet resilience of countries in Africa in terms of how good, how robust, how reliable is the connectivity in different African countries. So we wanted to compare experiences on an equal scale. So when you say, for example, the connectivity in Kenya is better than another country, can you actually gauge that? Can you provide numbers and statistics that can show, using this data, we can say this country has a better connectivity than that country. And also wanted to identify, are there gaps in policies that could improve connectivity? So for example, if one country has a better connectivity experience than another one, is it because they have better policies? Is it because there is a more enabling infrastructure? What exactly is the reason why one country has a better connectivity experience than another one? So we came up with a project that we called MIRA, which stands for Measuring Internet Resilience in Africa. We call it MIRA in short. And it had two main goals. The first goal was to determine the levels of internet resilience in African countries, mainly how good and how reliable is the connectivity in different African countries. We wanted to use available data, so we didn't want to reinvent the wheel in terms of coming up with new ways to measure connectivity. Wanted a scalable process so that if we started with a few countries, we could scale to cover all the countries in Africa. And we wanted to, and the second goal that we have was to present this in a very easy to understand manner. So we are all familiar with all the numbers you get when you go to maybe a speed measuring website. It tells you your speed is this. Can that be presented graphically in a way anyone can understand, whereby you can just look at a score and know this is how my internet experience in this country compares to another country. So I wanted to make it very easy to understand whether you're a policymaker or a technical engineer or just a regular internet user, to understand your internet experience for wherever you're staying, or if you want to compare with other countries. So to do this, we had to come up with a definition. Resilience can be described in many ways, but we needed to describe it in a way that relates to internet connectivity. So we came up with this sentence where we said a resilient internet connection is one that maintains an acceptable level of service in the face of faults and challenges to normal operation. So a resilient connection is one that, even if there is a fault or a downtime, an acceptable level of service can be provided. So at national level, that would mean, for example, in Kenya, should we lose connectivity on one of our submarine cables, that would represent a fault. How resilient is the connectivity in Kenya? Do we have other infrastructure that we can fall on? Are there other submarine cables? Is there a satellite that we can fall on? So that's what we wanted to find out when we said, determining internet resilience. So we also came up with an index. We wanted a rounded score because we were going to track several measurements, several metrics. We wanted a rounded score, an average score for all the measurements we're going to carry out, so that we can say the score for this country is 5 or 6 or 30, and you can use that score to compare with another country, or even track progress over time. So maybe this year the internet resilience score is maybe 50% or 60%. Next time it's 70, some improvements have been made. So there are many ways you can measure the internet experience for you. It could be uplink and downlink speed, so how fast you actually get. It could also be how secure is your connectivity. If you have internet on your device, but most of it is being used up by junk traffic or traffic that you have not originated, maybe spam, then is it really accurate to say that your speed is 10 megabits per second, but 6 or 7 megabits per second is gone to traffic which is not really originating from you, or which you did not intend to use? So there are many ways you could do it. So what we decided to do is come up with 4 main categories which you can use to categorize all the other measurements you're going to carry out. The first one is very straightforward, is infrastructure. And infrastructure, we're looking at physical facilities that are needed to provide internet connectivity. So here you're looking at cable ecosystem, how many landing stations, how many cables are landing into a country, how many power providers in a country, how many internet exchange points, how many towers are there, for example. Then the next one is performance. So you can have very good infrastructure, but what's the performance? Do you have good uplink speed? Do you have good downlink speeds, and so on? Third was enabling technologies. So you may have very good connectivity, but if you do not have quick and local access to key internet services like email, DNS, and so on, your experience may be not as good as it should be. And then the last one was local ecosystem or the market readiness. Here we are looking at how competitive is the market, because if a country has 10 ISPs and another country only has one internet service provider, the chances are, or it makes more sense that the country with more internet service providers will give a more competitive rate and a better service than a monopoly in just, a monopoly service in a country. So market readiness looks at how competitive is the market, because that does have impact on internet experience. And we did this, as I mentioned, with Afinic, but we got a lot of help from University of Cape Town, Carnegie Mellon University, and also Simula, because we wanted to have a very clear approach how we're going to carry out all these measurements, and we needed some input from them to come up with a methodology. If you go to our Internet Society website, pulse.internetsociety.org, you can see our white paper there, which we use to describe how we're going to do the measurements. So what we decided to is, once we identified the four pillars or the four main categories that we are going to use, we identified the data sources we're going to obtain all this data from. I've mentioned some of them there. Some of the data we have is from ITU, from UCLA, from the UN. Then we came up with what are called dimensions. So a dimension is a subcategory of the pillar, or a metric which you can use to determine how good one of the pillars are. So for example, for infrastructure, I mentioned cable ecosystem. So if we look at Kenya, we have 6 submarine cables, but we also have several other cables going into Ethiopia, to our neighboring countries, Tanzania, Uganda, and so on. So how that means we have at least a very vibrant ecosystem. It is growing, but we do have a lot of capacity there as we compare with other countries which are perhaps landlocked. And then performance, I mentioned, we're looking at fixed networks, enabling technologies, DNS ecosystem, routing security, how secure the connectivity is, and then finally, market ecosystem, how competitive the market is. So each of those 4 pillars counts to 25% of the overall Internet Resilience Index score. And then the final column, I hope it's clear to everyone in the room, there's a final column there with weights. These are weights which we came up with to determine how important is this metric to the overall pillar that we've identified there. Now, all this is what you're going to see next in terms of visualization is how we determined the weights should be. We didn't really use a scientific weight towards this. This was just, we look at a metric and say, we believe this should contribute to this amount on this pillar and so on. So we had all the data, we had all the numbers, we had all this information in spreadsheets, we had CSV files, we had JSON files, and so on. But we wanted to present it in a very easy to understand manner. So we developed a front end that we call Pulse, that is P-U-L-S-E. And you can go to pulse.internetsociety.org. And there we came up with various ways to visualize all the data that you're seeing, and to give a rounded score, the Internet Resilience Index score, just by looking at a country. So it makes it very easy to compare. And on Pulse, you can see a geographic map, you can see sub-region map, you can see a country score, you can see a sub-regional score, you can see a continental score. So there are various ways you can view the index scores that I've described. So using all that, who are the top 10 countries in Africa? That's the top 10. Using the data we have right now, Kenya is 8th, and the top one is Mauritius. I'm going to explain why. Then you can see on the first column next to the country name is the index score, and then the 4 following columns are what that country scores under the 4 key pillars that I mentioned of infrastructure, performance, security, and market readiness. So this is based on current data that we have for this year. Now, if you go to the Pulse website or dashboard or platform, you can click on Kenya and see how we score within each of the 4 pillars and how each of those other, the weighted categories that I showed you, how we score under each of those. So we present this in this manner so that if you're a regulator or if you're a service provider and you want to know where improvements could be made to improve the internet experience in the country, this is how you identify where the gaps are. So if, for example, it shows market readiness is, a country scoring poorly on market readiness, it points to perhaps the policy environment there is not competitive enough, and something needs to be done to improve the competitiveness in that country. If a country is scoring poorly on infrastructure, it means there are gaps on infrastructure, so more needs to be done to perhaps provide more cable landing stations or more what we call exit points, links into other countries that are nearby. Okay, so just comparing Kenya to Mauritius, and so that you can see how you can compare 2 countries and why one country can score better than another one. If you look at under infrastructure, there's one metric which we call fiber 10 kilometers, and this is the percentage of the population within 10 kilometers of a fiber connection. So Mauritius is a small country. They obviously score much better here. So one thing I made this same presentation last week at the African Internet Summit, and someone pointed out that there could be a better way to present this in terms of number of people per square kilometer, or something related to population. So we are going to refine the views that you see here, but for now, this is how you can compare as we bring in more ways to analyze the data we have. If you'd like to see a spider graph, you can also do that. It's another way to visualize the data as well on the Pulse dashboard. So you can pick any country you want, pick the metrics you want to see, and you can get another view of the data. Now we've also just introduced something we're calling the country report. So if you go to Pulse, the Pulse dashboard, you go to, at the top you'll see country reports. When you click on that, you'll see the Internet Resilience Index score for that country, together with other scores. So you can see how Kenya is scoring for internet freedom, internet usage. You can also see more information about the networks, how many internet exchange points we have, number of IP addresses assigned, IPv6 adoption, how many ISPs are exchanging traffic within the country. So you can see a lot of other data for Kenya as well if you go to the Pulse dashboard. So we did, as I mentioned, we started this work in Africa. We worked with Afrinic. The project was very well received. We started 2020, and then we got a lot of requests from outside Africa. Would you do the same for other regions? So what we've done now is we've taken the same approach that we started with for Africa, and now you can view any Internet Resilience Index score for most of the countries. Right now we have 176, but we do intend to cover all the 190 plus countries. So you can now compare one country to another country, Kenya to countries in Europe or North America and so on. Now, one thing we needed to do is, the strange thing is there's a lot of data for Africa in terms of connectivity, how many cables are coming into this country, how countries are connected to neighboring countries. So there's a lot of data that you can find that shows Kenya has maybe this number of links going into Uganda, this number of links going to Tanzania, this number of links going to Ethiopia. But that data is not available for all the other continents. So when we decided to take the index global, we had to adjust a bit some of the measurements we were doing. We took off some, we added some, so that we can have a very level playing field in terms of how we are going to compare the different countries. But if you go to the Pulse website, you'll see all the data we have. And then based on that, the top 10 countries are, as you see there, with Iceland having the best internet resilience globally, which means if there's a fault to the internet in Iceland, they stand the best chance of having better quality of connectivity in the face of any challenges to a normal operation. So it's one thing to take all this data. You can take data and build charts, build graphs, and so on. But we also wanted to know if we wanted to carry out real-time measurements, like right now. How would you like to know how fast your internet connection is in your house? So you're paying for 5 MB, 10 MB, and so on. how does that compare to the real world? Is that the real world experience? So we wanted to test real-time measurements. Our long-term plan was we get real-time measurements from different parts of a country and then plug that into the Internet Resilience Index, and then we see just how well connectivity is for in a real world. Like when you're at home sitting and you've paid for 10 Mbps, are you actually getting 10 Mbps or are you getting something less? Could something be done to improve it? So we came up with a prototype active measurement infrastructure, which we're using Raspberry Pis. Are you familiar with Raspberry Pis? They're very small computers, about the size of a phone. So we tested them, we deployed them in about 10 countries, and we turned them on in various home networks, and they were sending data to a central location, and then we could graph that and see how the real-time measurements or how the real internet experience for people in different countries were. And the chart you see on the right of that text there is how we designed it. So we call them Mirapods, small Raspberry Pis. You take it home, you switch it on, it automatically gets the IP address, and every 6 hours it would carry out a measurement test and send the results to a central location, and then we could graph that. So we did a small pilot, which we were happy with. It gave us a lot of knowledge on how to deploy a real-time network. So if you're interested in carrying out your own real-time measurements for your network, for your company, or for a city, it's very possible to do it. We're just completing the documentation on that. And a lot of those lessons learned are going to be helpful for you if you'd like to carry out your own measurements. So these are some of the charts we could get from the real-time measurements we are carrying out. So as I wrap up, some of the lessons we've learned as we were doing these measurements for the last 3 or 4 years or so, we worked a lot with partners. They really helped us to get moving much faster. As I mentioned, we worked with Afinic, but we also got a lot of help from MLab and from organizations like RIPE and others whom we are very grateful to. Metrics vary per region. So when we started, as I mentioned, we focused on Africa, but we did get a lot of requests from outside Africa as well. And the way we view our connectivity is perhaps a bit different from how another country will see it. So when we started writing down all the metrics we're going to measure, we were getting questions like, are you going to measure the natural disasters that may occur? So for example, things like typhoons or earthquakes and so on, because in other countries, that's the reality they face, and that does have impact on the internet experience. So as we were looking at this, it was very interesting to know that the way we see things may not apply globally, but the index, the way the index is built is, should we get a new category of data? So for example, natural disasters, like how many natural disasters a country faces every 10 years, we can add that into the index and recalculate for that country. And then also, you can carry out your own measurements. It's possible to do, easy to design, but running it is a bit challenging because you need to factor in staff hours, who's going to look after the devices. If a device goes off in Nakuru, for example, you need to know who's in charge of that device, why did it go off, and then note that down. And then finally, the audience for this has been very broad, which was very welcoming to us as we did this work. Governments are interested in this because they want to know, how does my country compare to another country? Are there policies I can change to improve the internet in my country? And also individuals, everyone here, if you're interested in knowing how good is your internet in your country, how does it compare? Does it make sense to invest in terms of something IT in another country? You can use the index to make that decision. And for network operators, it also shows the gaps that can be improved. And as I mentioned, for regulators, it can show any policy gaps that need to be addressed. So to summarize, if you want to just, one takeaway from this in terms of how to use the index is it helps you to make an informed decision. So whether you're a normal internet user, you're a regulator, you're a policymaker, you're a network operator, anything, you can use the index to identify, okay, these are where the gaps are, this is where some improvements can be made. So some future plans, the dashboard that you see on the Pulse website when you go to pulse.internetsociety.org, it is static. We've got that feedback. People want to turn off some metrics, turn on some metrics. So we are working on something more interactive, also improving the categories. I mentioned that we got feedback that perhaps could you show this data based on population size, based on land mass size, based on number of people per square kilometer. So we're going to look at how to present that in a more interactive way, and you can turn off and turn on different things that you'd like to see. We also got a lot of interest from Africa Telecommunication Union. They want to develop framework documents that can be used by their member states, by regulators, so that they can know what to do to build a more interactive, a more resilient internet connection for their countries. And then, as I mentioned, we did a lot of measurements in terms of real-time measurements. We deployed a number of these measurement devices across countries in Africa. We are working on a toolkit, so that will be coming out soon if you're interested in running your own measurement infrastructure using the IoT devices, small form factor devices. You can also do that. And then we are doing more awareness events like this, and we're always refining the data we have and looking at any new sources we can use for this data. So I think I'll stop here. I'm going to share various links you can use to follow the work that we're doing on Pulse and measurements. You can go to the Pulse dashboard. Very rich information there that you can see in terms of measurements. And that's my email address if you have any questions. I'm happy to take questions now. I don't know how we are doing for time. The MC will let us know. But in case questions are not possible, that's my email. Please feel free to contact me. Thank you very much. Yes. 2 questions. Okay. Thank you. Any questions or comments? Okay, great. So thanks, everyone. If you have any questions, we can also chat at the tea break. Thank you.
Kindly, let's take 15 minutes for tea break. Kindly 15 minutes so that we can just get back and get this going. So we'll release you for 15 minutes, then we'll get. Kindly take a minute and just access that QR code. I believe also Anthony from the Tectona group has done what? He has some papers. I mean, the paper itself on your tables is a QR code of the same. So please, in order for them to improve and probably support more of these particular measures, they are really requesting that scan the QR code, do a bit of feedback onto it, and it will go a long way in improving all these measures that we're trying to do. All right? Thank you. So, Mr. Francis, the stage is yours, sir. Right. Leonard is reminding us that we need to keep clapping. So, take it away, Francis. The AV team, please kindly come and support Francis on his presentation here. As you're waiting them, can we still, the QR code is still up. Probably as we just wait for Francis to be sorted on the audiovisual. Could you do the QR scan? Are we doing it? Let me just see by a show of hands. I see Song's hand is up. So let's do some active participation. And I hope you're just not raising the hand just for the bit of it. I hope it's... Winnie, I'm not seeing your hand. I know you're coming in on stage later on, so... No, I'm kidding. I'm teasing. I'm teasing. Deng, thank you for the action. The behind table, all right. Okay, all right, okay. I see. Great, Leonard. Thank you for doing active participation onto it. Remember, that's being run in courtesy of the Tectona group in partnership with Mozilla, and it's just geared towards getting feedback and figuring out how this can be run much more better. So thank you for our participation. Allow me to give you a minute. Probably I believe you're filling in the details. And maybe before I get to repeat even our hashtags for the day, let me just see by a show of hands, if at all there's anyone who is sharing content online. Anyone? Leonard, our guests are not leveraging on social media platform to just share this particular conversation out? Is it that hard? Oh, man. Oh, probably you're choosing not to say. Are you hoarding information? Are you hoarding information? She's just smiling. Tectona, Anthony, are you sharing this information online? You're kidding me. You're teasing me. This table, are you sharing the information online? Are you sure? Under what hashtag? You're being smart. You just like now reading it verbatimly. Oh, I'll come check. No worries, thumbs up. Anyway, I'm just urging you to, if you have a social media handle that's active, just sharing a word in terms of the happening, the last mile, everything that we are doing here courtesy of Mozilla. I know I was on Instagram on the Mozilla Miradia page, and yes, there's some good pictures there for Song yesterday's session and today. For the Instagrammers in the house, yes, there's also room for you to share content on Instagram, right? Then there's also on LinkedIn. And on LinkedIn, the name of the page is at Aflarity. The name that is in full, if at all you're in LinkedIn user. Let me just go to check with the EV. Are you almost? Sorry? Okay. I don't know if it will be just a second. Let me just check in here. Probably maybe for the sake of time, did we have a team? So allow me to just shuffle these a little bit as we sort the AV. That's our audiovisual. Allow me to call upon the Director, Information and Communication Technology, Mr. Barack Onyango, to just probably come on stage, and he'll give us the context around how to enhance digital skills for digital country. Then probably after Barack, we can have Francis Ngumi with the presentation. Barack, please kindly allow me to give you the stage so that we can just salvage time. Let's encourage Barack as he comes. He's perfectly branded. He also told us how he's a friend to the taxman, that's what he said earlier. Let me just wait on him. Yeah. Okay. All right. So, wow. You know, I read somewhere online whereby when you're leading an event, you're the timekeeper, you're the one to breathe activities in between, you are to handle all the technicalities. So allow me to probably just progress this further. All right. So let me just maybe take you through for one or two, and also for the sake of our online audience who could be just maybe wondering how the sequence of events are. We have a panel that will be coming in after this particular presentation is done, and that particular panel is going to be centered around supporting ICT research and innovation, looking at also the country opportunities, gaps, and collaboration. And in that particular panel also, Mr. Barak is going to be part of it. So thank you for that. And I think the presentation that we're looking forward to, that made me feel like probably could bring Barak on stage with the presentation is ready. So I'll get to leave the stage for Francis Ngumu. And yes, he's going to take us across the initiatives on fiber access and the last mile in relations to the broadband initiatives. Francis, thank you for your patience. Feel free to get on stage. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. My name is Francis Ngumu from the ICT Authority. I would like first to thank the organizers of this event and for Mozilla for putting this together and also inviting guests to be part of this. My presentation will be in form of first a video, then after that I will have a PPT which we will be able to discuss and also engage in terms of the connectivity in the country. So I'll let the video first, then after that we'll have the presentation. Thank you.
strategy is building a digital superhighway all over the country and making it accessible to anyone. The government has completed about 25,000 kilometers of fiber, including 12,000 kilometers of national optic fiber network backbone infrastructure, NOFB, and the private sector has built around 35,000 kilometers of fiber. The National Optical Fiber Backbone Initiative has connected 1,650 ministries, counties, departments, and agencies nationwide. More than 100 hospitals have been connected, and a national telemedicine initiative led by Kenyatta National Hospital has been piloted with support from Huawei and other partners. Over 1,300 schools have been connected by the Communications Authority's Universal Service Fund, the UN's Giga Initiative, Huawei, Airtel, Safaricom, and other partners. More than 120 youth centers have been also connected and a cutting-edge national data center built, but there's a lot more still to do. The Digital Superhighway program has 5 key components. To enhance connectivity across the country, the Digital Superhighway shall install an additional 100,000 kilometers of reliable, stable, and affordable high-speed internet connectivity across the country. This will connect 8.5 million homes, 40,000 learning institutions, 13,000 public health institutions, 18,000 government offices, as well as police stations, huduma centers, and technical institutes. The Digital Superhighway will provide free public Wi-Fi in 25,000 locations across the country to ensure access to ICT and close the digital divide in line with the government's bottom-up economic transformation agenda. To enhance regional integration and make Kenya into a regional and global ICT hub, exporting technology and software, and a powerhouse in data storage and cybersecurity. To establish 1,450 digital village smart hubs in every ward for Kenyans to use to innovate, work online, and also trade online. Expanding mobile network penetration, that is 4G and 5G coverage across the country, and leverage new technologies such as AI, blockchain, and big data. The digital superhighway design will be the whole country connected, high redundancy, that is 100% uptime, seamless integration between private and public sector networks, integrated design, building, and acceptance. Just imagine bringing science to life in your local primary school through watching videos online or using platforms like Zoom or Microsoft Teams to learn from a teacher in a national school. An open university where all students can join and complete their studies online. Being able to talk to and get prescriptions from a doctor online. Working and earning online at the comfort of your home. Using the internet to trade globally through buying and selling of products to the world market. Using AI, big data, and blockchain technology to guide in agricultural production. Access to financial services online such as the Hustler Fund. Modernization of our security agencies by enabling them to respond to emergencies on time, and elimination of crimes in our country. The key outcomes will be the creation of at least 1 million jobs, increasing ICT contribution to GDP to 1.2%, improving public services in health, education, and safety, amongst others. This is the Digital Superhighway, a smart, connected, and digital Kenya.
This section is mainly on the standards, some of the frequently asked questions in terms of standards in fiber implementation. Thank you. Okay, thank you. The video was basically introducing the Digital Master Plan 2022, 2032, which has now been compressed from 2022, should be implemented up to 2027. And one of the key implementation is the digital superhighway, which comes with several components. The first component is laying of 100,000 kilometers of fiber across the country, which is now starting with the first 2,500 kilometers planned to start rollout in the next few weeks. Installation of 25,000 public Wi-Fi hotspots is already ongoing, with more than 100 already in use, and we have citizens enjoying this service. Establishment of 1,400 digital village smart hubs and studios, which will be done in each ward, at least one. Establishment of data centers and cyber security management. Some of the expected benefits or impacts of the program will be, we'll have more than 8.5 million households connected to internet. This means that we will have millions of jobs created. 24,000 business centers will also be supported by these initiatives. The digital hubs will also impact around 1.2% of GDP from ICT reduction of the digital divide. 40,000 schools will be connected, which means that we will have improved citizen digital literacy. 100 colleges and other learning institutions, including TVETs, TTIs, all these will have connection to internet, which will mean that you'll be able to increase digital literacy. The target is also to reach about 13,000 public health services, which means we will have enhanced health services where citizens will be able to access doctors and facilities from the comfort of their homes. 18,000 ministries and institutions will also be connected, meaning that the government will also improve service delivery. 54 Huduma centers will also be connected. This will also improve citizen participation and also delivery of services to the mwananchi. The target is also to connect police stations, KWS stations, or the government offices that are citizen-facing to be able to deliver services to the mwananchi within the shortest time. Situational analysis, we look at what we have currently in terms of fiber connectivity. Some of the institutions in the public sector, we took account of the fiber that we already have from the side of the government, and we realized that we have about 25,595 kilometers of fiber, with the private sector, contributing about 33,000 kilometers of fiber. The intention now is to move this number upwards to 100,000, with the government contributing 52,000 and private sector led to contribute the remaining, which is about 48,000 kilometers of fiber. This is just the map showing the current network distribution across the country. You will note that in this map, we have a concentration of the current fiber infrastructure within the central region of Kenya, that is the western part, Nyanza, coming into central Kenya and eastern. We have regions in the north, including northeastern side, where the connection is, as you can see from the map, is not very good, so that needs to be improved, especially with the use of USF funds, whose main intention is to cover these areas which are underserved. The roadmap strategy, the plan which I highlighted earlier, is to have implementation of about 52,000. So in the first year, the target is to have 5,000 kilometers. Second year, 8,000 kilometers. Third year is about 11,000. The fourth year, 16. And finally, the last year would be about 14,000. So if you total all this, you will get 52,000. Then the rest will be done by the private sector as market players to be able to support government in actually delivering the last mile connectivity to citizens. For government offices, that will be done by the government institution, with ICT authority taking a lead role in this implementation. That's all for me. Thank you. I invite any questions. Any reactions, comments? Yes.
My name is Mwendwa Kivuva from Kiktanet. From the map, you have shown that the north and south of Kenya, the network is scanty. The network seems to just concentrate along the railway line or Mombasa-Busia border. We have government offices in the north and in the south. Are they connected to the backbone? And is that network also shared to the communities within those areas?
Okay, the connectivity which has been done, especially under Northby, has covered most of the sub-counties. We have 290 sub-counties connected. The total number of sub-counties is about 350. So some of them are not connected, and that is why we have an initiative to be able now to connect the ones that missed out in the first phase. So that is ongoing. They are all mapped currently, and they are highly considered for the current connection, which is beginning in a few weeks.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Francis. I think because of time, we might have to move to the next session, and then during lunch hour, perhaps you have further engagements with Francis.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Francis, for the great presentation.
Welcome.
So now we're moving over to the next session, which is a panel. So basically, this panel is going to take like 20 to 25 minutes, just because of time. And what we want to discuss on that panel is supporting ICT research and innovation in the country, particularly looking at opportunities, gaps, and collaboration. So I'm just going to, I'm the one moderating that panel, that's why I've grabbed this mic, pretty much to manage the time and also just to get it going. So I'm going to call, I don't know if Hannington Amol is in the building from Lawyers Hub Africa. Okay, well, so he's probably not in. And then Mwendwa Kivuva from Kiktanet. I think Mwenda is here, so Mwenda, you're joining this panel. And then Barak Onyango from Aherinet is also joining this panel. So we have Dr. Anne Kingiri from the Africa Center for Technology Studies. I think she's online. Dr. Kingiri, can you hear us? You could probably unmute now. And then, okay, so I think the other two participants, I just got messages from them. They are not going to make it. Hence, making the panel a bit short. Thanks, Barak. Thanks, Barak. Thanks, Barak. Thanks, Barak. So we good? All right, Dr. Kingiri, once again. It's good. Okay. Once again, just confirming you can hear us.
I can hear you.
Okay, great. Now it's good. Okay, do we have another mic? There. Thanks. All right, thank you. So, saving time, I think the first thing you're going to have on this panel, just have introductions here, the participants of this panel, the organizations they hail from, and pretty much in summary what their organizations are working on right now. So we'll probably begin with you, Dr. Kingiri, online. You could get started.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you can hear you.
Great. Thank you for the invitation. I can't hear.
We are okay?
Great. So my name is Anne Kinyiri. I'm from African Center for Technology Studies, based in Nairobi. This is a research policy organization which is looking at quite a number of sectoral areas. And one of them is science, technology, and innovation across sectors. And digital and ICT related innovation is under one of our programs. Other programs are focusing on renewable energies and climate change, and other programs are also focusing on agriculture and innovation. So today I'm here to probably focus much more on what we are doing under digital and innovation program, where ICT is supposed to be domiciled. My training background is innovation. I have a background in agriculture, master's in also same agriculture and innovation, but my PhD is on innovation and development. And I'm very excited to be in this panel. Sorry, I could not come in person. Back to you, moderator. Thanks.
Thanks a lot. And moving over to the panel that is physically here. We'll probably begin with you, Mwendwa.
Okay, my name is Mwendwa Kivuva from Kenya ICT Action Network, Trust Kiktanet. And Kiktanet is a regional policy think tank that works across convening stakeholders and also research capacity building. And we are big in multi-stakeholderism, meaning involving all players in policy formulation and also engaging the players, especially government, businesses, civil society, academia, in coming to the table, talking together and identifying issues that affect the society as it pertains to ICT policy, so that we build a robust ICT ecosystem within the country. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mwendwa. Barak.
Thank you, Leonard, and good afternoon. My name is Barak Otieno. I'm the Director ICT at Africa Higher Education Research Institute, AHERI. AHERI is a platform, a research institute that brings together various actors to look into how higher education can contribute to emerging development needs. So I'll share more about what we are doing as we move along.
Yep, thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. It's a good thing that this panel is just following up to the presentation by Francis Ngumu on Fibre map. I think all of us have seen that. And it's pretty much following up to the work that Steve and some of the friends at Mozilla have been working on in terms of the open fiber data standard, where they've been collecting maps, putting them together, looking at how is the connectivity of fiber looking like, and that pretty much is driven by research. And bottom line, at the end of the day, if we are going to get a country connected, we have to know the needs, the gaps, the players, and how we can contribute to it. And so the first question to my panel, and probably this panel is going to have like top three questions, I think. The first one I have is, with that kind of understanding and probably supporting ICT authority, you've seen the presentation achieve its vision until 2022, 2027. How do you think we can foster collaboration between all these stakeholders so we just strengthen ICT research and innovation? So we could begin with you, Barak, and then Mwendwa, then we'll come back online to Anne.
Thank you very much, Leonard. I think to start with, convenings of forums such as this are very important because we are dealing with issues that not a single organization or not a single individual can be able to resolve. I'll speak about specific connectivity projects that Africa Higher Education Research Institute has been involved in, and try to demonstrate why I'm emphasizing on a collaborative effort. So the entry of Africa Higher Education Research Institute into connectivity as one of the projects started in 2019 when it signed an MOU with the Basic Internet Foundation, which is based at the University of Oslo in Norway. The Basic Internet Foundation was already doing some work, trying out information spots in different communities in Tanzania, and the objective was to try and address health concerns or health issues. So actually the School of Health was the one that was pushing this project. And we didn't have much knowledge about this, but fortunately at the same time, the Kenya ICT Action Network, which is represented by Kivuva here, was already pushing a connectivity agenda through the LockNet project that was presented much earlier. So I guess many things came together, and we were able to find our footing from a research perspective into the connectivity space. So we started with 3 proof of concepts where we connected community centers that are in our ecosystem, and COVID happened, and it created a demand that saw us enter into the connectivity space in a much bigger way, which now demanded for licensing, which now demanded for proper understanding and alignment on what connectivity is all about. And I can say that after the Community Network Service Provider license was pushed through by the Kenya ICT Action Network, AHERI provided a case study. I know there are colleagues from CA here, where they could come and interrogate what exactly is this community network, how does it operate. You know, when you are saying community network, there's the community aspect and there's the network aspect. And there needed to be a proof of concept or an example that can be studied from. And I think that's something we were able to provide. As we speak, from 2019 to date, demand in the community has grown 10 times. And we are currently doing our first fiber optic proof of concept. And I dare say that now it's much cheaper to deploy connectivity at the last mile using fiber infrastructure compared to even radio, which we've been using for the last 4 years, for the simple reason that economic factors have changed. The dollar rate has gone south, and we are relying a lot on equipment that is coming in from China, which is another subject of this conversation, because I'm now starting to ask myself, did we have to shut down our telecommunication manufacturing company in Gilgil telecommunication industry? At some point, I recall, I think Kenya was exporting some phones to some countries. But right now, we are a net importer of network equipment. It takes between 3 to 6 months for equipment to come in. There's a lot of gatekeeping. You find some of the bigger players, they lock down supply chains, meaning that for you to get equipment, you're given a promise 3 to 6 months down the road. And I recall in 2004, I participated in a conference called Radio Africa, I think convened by the ITU, and I saw use cases from the International Center of Theoretical Physics, where we were able to create hotspots using teams. And there are countries like the UK, which are using local material to provide telecommunication infrastructure. So why are we relying on the East at this time? Yet research has demonstrated that we can use locally available material to be able to build telecommunication infrastructure that can serve local communities. We have seen televisions. When we started, people could not afford aerials. We could create aerials with sufurias. For those who are not Kenyan, sufuria is that pan we use to cook ugali or meat, the metallic pan that is prepared. So people would convert it, it becomes a dish, and you can be able to use it to receive TV infrastructure. So from an innovation standpoint, I think this is the time for us to develop local solutions if we indeed we want to be meaningful and active players in the information superhighway. I think the previous colleague from the government has indicated that the government wants to give 48% of wants to give about 48% of the infrastructure requirements to the private sector and the community. But I must say that it's very expensive and very difficult right now to get infrastructure. And so we need local solutions to local problems, and there comes in the issue of innovation. Over to you, Leonard.
Thank you very much. I think those are very great insights, and we all can see the gaps and opportunities that we need to tap into in terms of research and innovation. But then, I mean, coming to Kictonet, because you are a major stakeholder in the game. You sit right in the middle of all these players. Looking at the gaps that Barak has just brought up, what are you doing, or what ways do you think we can contribute to foster research and innovation, and of course address these gaps?
Okay. So first of all, around collaboration, one area that we've collaborated with different players in the industry was development of the community network license framework, which came up with that license. And this was a collaboration between the community, because the community gave feedback to CA on that document. People like Steve Song and APC, Kictonet, actually provided the expertise to draft the document. So this shows there was some multi-stakeholder collaboration in bringing the document up to speed. And the funding was actually from bilateral partners, because the funding for that project was from the UK government, meaning that there is actually collaboration from across the country and also from outside in promoting ICTs. Responding to, we see that in Kenya, of course, public participation is a big deal, and there's usually regulations that come from different government agencies or even laws. And before these laws are made into or enacted, they have to go through public participation. And one part we have seen collaboration work is when these different players, especially academia, civil society, come together to provide feedback for these regulations and laws that are being created within the country. So that when these big organizations like ICTA or CA is implementing them, they have already got approval or a stamp from the public. So public participation is a big part of enabling and growing this research, strengthening research and innovation. And of course, there is also the issues of capacity building. To strengthen research and collaboration, you have to have capacity building initiatives. Like, for example, there are some capacity initiatives that are being done by the community networks team to train people in the Kenya School of Community Networks. At Kictonet, for example, we do Kenya School of Internet Governance, where we bring new players to the space. New players can be academia students, it can be people from judiciary, so that they can understand the policy landscape. It can be civil service, can be the police, and can be even business people. So we find that we've been a pipeline of bringing new voices into the space, so that when now they come to work on this space, they have to understand the intricacies of policy and regulation. So we train, and over the 5 years, we've trained around 450 new voices. And those guys who come through the school have gone to work even for multinationals, the ICANN, Facebook, Google, and even in government. So many people of them get into ICT Authority, CA as employees. Yeah, so there are many areas we are working on fostering innovation through different ways.
Yeah, thanks. It's a good thing you brought about the public-private partnerships and collaboration, which I think Anne is probably the best to, we'll be happy to hear from her in terms of what ACTS is doing. I know the Africa Center for Technology Studies, they've been one of the champions of challenge-driven research, challenge-driven innovation. But then again, coming back to the question, to the views that Barak just raised, there are still quite a number of gaps that we need to address to get there. What is ACTS involved in at this point in time, Anne? And what are better ways that we can foster research and innovation across the country?
And I hope you can I want to learn about this military from. I want to learn about this military from. I want to this okay, great. Now, it's still not okay.
Yeah, I feel that from here. Every team, are we okay? Are we okay now?
An innovation ecosystem perspective. Research and innovation ecosystem perspective. If you look at the ecosystem concept in this particular discussion, it brings us the normative understanding of what we understand as triple helix infrastructure within which research and innovation is undertaken. Right now, we do have the understanding that we need quadruple helix approach, where we bring in the community and the civil society as the missing actor in the research and innovation ecosystem. And therefore, to understand, to strengthen this function of this ecosystem towards enhancing the role of the actors. If it is the government, what are they supposed to do to enhance the community and, of course, the academic researchers? What are they supposed to do? So if you look at that ecosystem, then we should be able to enhance that functioning in a way that everybody benefits. And collaboration is a very critical approach to enhancing the fun of that ecosystem. But then how do we enhance collaboration? Of course, you need to understand why now. And based on our research,
I don't know if from AV you can still hear Dr. Ann Kingiri.
To make sure that with the data that can inform policy and practice, we came to understand that there is mistrust between the two stakeholders, the researchers and academics and the industry. And therefore, hiding mechanisms to enhance that trust through creation of awareness for the industry to see the value of what is coming out of research and innovation as research centers or universities is very critical. So finding mechanisms to enhance that understanding of that value of interaction, that is critical. But giving an example of the project which you participated in, what we call research culture. Research culture. Within that participation setting. If I give the example of that project, capacity for the field of computing science in Kenya, and how we did this, we provided what we call industrial fellowships, and the beneficiary of that fellowship, and that particular fellowship report, which included mentorship, peer learning, and training. So building a research culture through institutional capacity building is quite critical. And here, for me, the key point is to make sure that we enhance the capacity of the ecosystem rather than enhancing the capacity of individuals, not focusing on just the students, not just focusing on the policy actors or the private sector individually. We need to enhance and strengthen the capacity of the system, ecosystem, and that's what we call in our project institutional strengthening. And within this infrastructure, then there's a possibility of enhancing a collaboration that is beneficial to all the stakeholders. Another way probably to enhance that collaboration is to make sure that the proposals or the projects that they need to be funded within an ICT sector, the funders need to make sure that they consider the aspect of what do you want to achieve from this collaboration. And because you have brought in the innovation angle to this, and then there's need to also consider what we call product innovation, process innovation, rather than just product innovation. So the participants in this workshop, if you ask them what they understand by the concept of innovation, they may only be able to interpret it from ICT product perspective. But there is another to bring into that type of research, the process innovation aspect of research. We want to understand from that perspective what are those underlying factors that interfere with the process of attaining the product innovation, in this case, the ICT product that you may be familiar with. So that process innovation, it means that you want to strengthen, everything that is between where we are and where you want to see the product. So that particular, pathway, that stage, that in the product and where we are now, the research idea, you need to find a way of making sure that you enhance innovation that can come out of that. It is called process innovation. And innovation studies, related research, and this is what I do. So I think so enhancing collaboration needs to look at both sides of the different aspects of innovation, the types of innovation, as well as the process aspects of innovation. And I think I'll stop there. I can contribute much more later. Thank you so much, Leonard.
Thank you very much, and thank you. We totally appreciate the insights. Process innovation. It's a great time to start looking into. And now moving to the final question because of time, and I'm aware the next presenter might be leaving after his presentation. We have to move faster now. So the final question I have, and it goes back to what Barak had said and what you've also, all of you have actually touched on it. So for us to be able to get that mature research ecosystem, we can never run away from talking about funding. I think Barak just made it clear that we used to have a full facility that we were having equipment being manufactured, and a lot of researchers working on that. But to get that kind of state of the art, of course, we need sufficient funding. I mean, even expanding our initiatives of internet access. And of course, recently I've been having discussions with the industry, and some of the things that have come up so conspicuously is we do not even have any type of approval lab in East Africa. And for us to do that, we need research funding, or we need funding to set up that kind of facility and just get the right expertise, as Anna's mentioned, in terms of capacity. So this is probably going to just give two sentences as feedback from all of you. What is this overall state of funding for us, and how can we improve it for our research and innovation? Okay. You can go first. Maybe we can begin with Mwendwa. Thanks.
Thank you, Leonard. I think funding within our ecosystem will depend on which sector we are looking at. We've seen, for example, Kenya leading in terms of getting venture capital funding from the West, from Silicon Valley. So the techies here get into the plane, go see some old white men in Silicon Valley. They come with a bag of money, because that's actually how you get funding. The big funding. You see, this organization are able to raise $100 million. You hear another one has raised $50 million. Because those guys have a lot of capital. But coming back home, funding, especially for like infrastructure, what we are talking about here, the big part has been funded by government through maybe multilateral donations from either World Bank, IMF, and things like that. For example, like NOFB. So we see that government is actually one of the big funders that, and they should always be at the forefront of funding. But of course, we have seen also some funding from National Research Fund and NRENs, National Research Education Networks, funding some small components of research and innovation. But we know like our universities are not very well endowed compared to universities in the West. You see the top university in the West, their endowment fund runs in the billions of dollars, $5 billion, $10 billion. That is crazy amount of money. Our university, they actually are running on overdrafts in their bank accounts. They are running on loans. So how will they even promote innovation and research if even paying staff is a problem? We know the challenge that has been on academia and funding within Kenya, and I cannot elaborate more about that. And of course, there are other types of funding that we've seen work. Especially CSR, like even some community networks are promoted and funded through CSR from businesses, because many organizations may have a small budget for corporate social responsibility, and these budgets can be deployed in, for example, enabling research and innovation. And maybe let me leave the rest for Barak so that I don't exhaust everything.
Yeah, thank you, Kiruba. I would say that to answer the question more directly, I think there's a serious funding deficit for innovation. And we need to explore more innovative ways of raising this funding. I don't think there's anyone who can beat government when it comes to funding. So first, while appreciating what has been done by our partners, starting with Mozilla, which is why we are here, the Internet Society, which was represented here, Huawei, many other organizations which were represented here, I think we need to step up from a governmental perspective to raise local funding. And I think this applies to all governments across the African continent. I think our friends have done so much to assist us up to where we are. And also it's a good time that those who think they have the high calling for political office, then they have to consider these conversations on a very serious note. I'm saying this because we are talking about the information superhighway in Kenya right now. And we can see the government taking a lot of initiative, as has been presented by the previous colleague from the ICT authority, to build 100,000 kilometers of fiber. And having been part and parcel of the conversation from the community network perspective, funding is a key cog or is a key issue in this whole conversation. And I'm looking at, for example, how did the US do this? I've read about the High Performance Computing Act that was pushed by Senator Al Gore, and it unlocked a lot of funding that was used to develop the internet and infrastructure. Actually, if we look at the evolution of the internet, which we teach locally at the Kenya School of Internet Governance, the internet emanated from research, then it was commercialized. And I think it was largely commercialized at around the time when the High Performance Computing Act came into being. And we need the same in Africa. We need deliberate and intentional acts for funding infrastructure. When our government, and when I say our in Kenya, decided that we were tired of traffic in the city, they did this expressway. We don't know how it was done. We woke up and we were told these are the new operating, this is the new operating procedure. You'll look for alternative means as we put up this way. And I believe that now that the government has put the digital superhighway as a priority, we are certainly going to see a smart country because it's a political decision. His Excellency the President has pronounced himself on the matter, and he's not leaving anything to chance. And I think this is also the direction that we need to take as African countries, where we have policy initiatives that are deliberate about building infrastructure. We have heard about what Kiktanet, APC, Rhizomatica, and many actors have done in bringing up policy guidelines that have been embraced by the Communications Authority. We've seen the goodwill from the Communications Authority. I don't think if it were not for the Communications Authority, we would be enjoying the kind of growth in the digitization space. You know, I think when at the onset of COVID, when we had a national task force to look at how the country would embrace alternative means of working, it was actually chaired by the Director General of the Communications Authority. And I think many of those who could afford to provide connectivity, but who did not have the money at the time, were allowed to actually operate, even as licensing regimes such as the Community Network Service Provider license was being created. So in a way, that's a contribution. Yeah, because the authority would have decided if you don't have a license, we don't want to see you doing any business with telecommunication infrastructure. But they actually encouraged small players to come to the fore. These small players were able to do that because of contributions from the community. You find their sons or daughters, parents can sell pieces of land, invest the money into a network infrastructure company. Or the community contributes money for core infrastructure because one of their sons is a telecommunications engineer and is able to build the telecommunications company. And now we are seeing many more people working at home. We are seeing many more people learning from home. We are seeing very big e-commerce. I saw a conversation in the morning, someone asking, saying that M-Pesa is now the largest unlicensed bank. But M-Pesa is the power of community. It's the money that we are moving among ourselves. Of course, the Revenue Authority is now listening very keenly, but we also invite them to the multi-stakeholder table. Thank you.
Thanks, Barak. Thanks, Kivuva. Anne, your thoughts on funding, and then we close.
I think the comments that are from the other panelists have to do with the support for infrastructure. But I want to also add my voice to mention that we also need to support the non-infrastructure capabilities, capacity building. And this has to do with human resource. It should not be forgotten. Through trainings, it can be at different levels. That support also needs to be considered in addition to the infrastructure capacity. But as you think about that, we probably, I don't know whether you have a session to discuss about the small actors and the big actors that my colleagues who are in the panel are mentioning. The small actors who are building the economy, not just of Kenya, but of Africa, the informal, perhaps the informal actors. I think capacity needs also to target those, informal actors within the ICT, the entire ICT value chain. And in this particular case, the capacity, or rather the funding that needs to come in, it needs to have an innovation focus, innovation capabilities focus, but also to have a global value chain focus, because we are talking about the region, the global, approach to ICT and communication, and now we are in the era of fourth industrial revolution. I think we need to look at the capacity building and the funding related to that from a global and a holistic perspective. And this is where I would again urge that instead of just focusing on infrastructure funding, we need to focus on the system, or what we can we understand as institutional capacity. So that funding needs to have a broader focus rather than just institutional approach. And that funding also should consider, supporting training, not just let me call it, go to the academics. It should consider for us, could be at the master's for the PhD level or even PhD, or we can conduct it.
Thanks, Anne. I think she's disconnected. The connectivity is not so good. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I want to appreciate my panelists. You can give them a round of applause. Barak from Herinet and Kivuva from Kiktanet, and Dr. Anne Kingiru from ACTS. Totally appreciate it. While at it, because of time again, I would like to invite the next presenter, who's Dr. John Oredo from the University of Nairobi, who's going to also be covering a session that extends to this. Welcome, Dr. Oredo.
Good afternoon, everybody. How are you? I know you've been sitting for a long time, and this presentation is sitting between you and lunch. So I'm going to make it as brief as possible. I don't know which part of the screen I can see. We are going to talk about leapfrogging the digital economy, research and innovation, and I must say the panelists have done part of my work. I will not give them anything in return, but thank you very much. But the idea of leapfrogging, I see it many times with things to do with technology, development. Yes, I need to move, so yes, that's good. Yes. So with technology, we like using the word leapfrogging. I think the people of the gender, my boss here likes gender, they talk of mainstreaming. Yeah. People of finance like talking about deepening, maybe because of the pocket. Deepening financial inclusion, etc. But it occurred to me that leapfrogging simply means jumping on other people's backs. And we are not sure for how long we want to jump on other people's backs. But having said that, I want to talk about research as it relates to the digital economy. And of course, we are taught in economics classes that an economy is a system of production, distribution, and consumption. Okay, they're asking me to stay still, but as a teacher, I find that very constraining, but I'll try my level best. Okay, but we can also say that an economy is a set of arrangements and activities by which a society satisfies needs. And when we talk about a digital economy, then we are talking about economy that is formed by its technologies. We are more or less conversant with technologies. There are varieties of technologies. And technologies have evolved over time. By the way, even a djembe is a technology. Maybe you don't think so now, but it is. So, in this case, we are more interested in the economy as it is anchored by the digital technology. So we can say that the economy, a digital economy, is an expression of its technologies. So digital economy is not only a network of technology, but a network of humans through technology. My colleagues here have mentioned that having the networks is good, but if these networks are not being used by human beings to create value, then those networks are not useful. Now, according to the OECD, digital economy pertains to the digital transformation of the economic and social development. We hear a lot of digital transformation, and this is all about how digital technologies are bringing to us new ways of living, new ways of production, new ways of distribution, and even new ways of consumption. And we can say that a digital economy is the entirety of sectors that of communication and networks, and they leverage on internet, mobile technologies, etc. That you can find in the Kenya's digital economy blueprint if you have gone through it. And therefore, what we have been talking about, the fiber optics and all that, are about the infrastructure. And an infrastructure is a kind of a long-term or a more stable asset that value can be built on. That's why we are saying, in as much as you lay the cables, the networks and everything, if no value can be added on top, then they are not useful. So we want to see useful infrastructure as infrastructure that can enable us to add value into our lives, into our businesses, into our education, into our research, and all that we do. Now, this is again from the Kenya's digital economy framework. And you can see there we have digital government, the pillars. We have digital business, we have infrastructure, we have innovation, which has been much talked about. And how it is relevant to creating value through digital technologies. Because the theme of this summit was aptly the open fiber data standards. And what we are going to see, this is very important when it comes to infrastructure, because infrastructure should be built in a way that it can be reused, that value can be added on top of it. And by trying to standardize fiber data, sharing it, we will be able to add much more value onto it. Now, just picking that infrastructure and picking digital infrastructure, we can create a kind of a digital economy ecosystem based on digital infrastructure. And at the base there, you can see we have networked elements. And those are the devices, the equipment that we can use to create these networks. They could be switches, they could be cables, they could be routers, and many more. And then on top there, we have networks. Now we are able to use these equipments to build networks. They could be community networks, they could be networks, they could be regional networks, they could be global networks. And once we have the network, then we now have infrastructure. And then how do we add value on the infrastructure? And this is where digital platforms comes in, the Ubers, the YouTubes, and all this. And then content. These platforms need content, and content creation, therefore, is very important in taking advantage of the digital infrastructure and, of course, the applications. I have put on top there consumption. And that could also imply consumers. But I just want us to scratch our heads a bit. From an economic perspective, if you take Kenya, for example, which of these sections, 1, 2, 3, 4, contribute the greatest value to our GDP? Are we big in business of networked elements? Do we create, or do we manufacture routers? Do we manufacture switches? Do we manufacture fiber optic cables? Do we manufacture coaxial cables, etc.? Are we visible in that market as a country? Think about it. In terms of networks, there are companies or telcos that have created their own networks. Of course, some of these could have local ownership, some could have mixed ownership, and then we just ask, what amount of value, economic value, do we generate from that layer? So we want to see the contribution of this infrastructure, but I come from a background, or my work is about conceptualizing things, finding ways of breaking them down so that they make sense. And when we look at an economy as it is supported by digital infrastructure, then you can think of something like this. It may not be complete, but it can send waves. Then we think in terms of platforms, in terms of content, in terms of applications. How much of that contributes to our economy? Or are we just consuming? But consumption is also not bad, because the taxman will also get something, right? Yes. So consumption is also contributing some value. And therefore, as we think about innovation, then we have to think, where are we innovating? Are we innovating at layer 1? Are we innovating at layer 2? Are we innovating at layer 3? Or are we innovating? Even consumption, the way we consume things have changed, right? That could also be innovation. Yeah? Now, this is important because it can help us prioritize in terms of innovation. Where are we best placed to, where do we have that comparative advantage in this? And if you look at this, all this, there needs to be some form of regulation. There needs to be some forms of standardization, what the theme is talking about, and other forms. Standardization makes technologies reusable, makes technologies transparent. Many of us now here are on the phone doing something. You're able to connect. But are you seeing the technology behind everything that makes what you are doing happen? You are not seeing all that technology because it's transparent. And it's been possible because of some forms of standardization, right? Now, we also, of course, there's global trade, and that's why I was wondering, as a country, Kenya, Uganda, can you think how each of these layers contribute to your national economy? and of course the financial markets operate all across. Now, I picked this kind of a layered approach because we are going to talk about networks and how they operate. And people in networks know about how we understand networks in terms of layers, whether it's the TCP IP layer or the OSI layers. But it's also a simpler way of understanding. And therefore, my approach will be, if we are doing research, if we are doing innovation, where are we? What kind of innovations are we doing at layer 1? What kind of innovations are we doing at layer 2? What kind of innovations are we doing at layer 3, layer 4? And of course, there's been this obsession with STEM, which is a good thing. Science, technology, engineering, mathematics. But let's not forget the A, the arts and the humanities. So we these days like talking about STEAM rather than STEM. If you come to content creation, are the arts relevant? Are the humanities relevant? Yes. In fact, most of us will interact directly with layer 3 than the 2 layers. Consumption, how people consume. In marketing, they have this thing called consumer behavior. Yeah? We have to understand how our market behaves, how people in the market behave. You remember Michael Jackson's statement, was it not Michael Jackson? Joseph. That Kenyans have a queer calling behavior. Remember that statement? Yes. How did he know? Probably. So behavior is very important. Now, what we are trying to think of is how can research enhance each of these layers that we have. So as I go to the next slide, let me just take some water. As you think about those layers, there's always this war of science and technology. Some people like ridiculing science. They think that what is more important is technology. Let us interrogate this a bit carefully. Countries that lead in science also lead in technology, true or false? And when I talk of science, I talk of just doing research to understand how things work, how our world works, how nature operates. I'm very sure the people who thought of making an aeroplane at first, those old years, looked at the birds and they saw birds flying. And they started understanding how is it possible that they fly. And ideas came in. Now, we need to focus more also not only on technology, which is more related to innovation, because technology means taking principles that have been proved by basic science and finding applications for them. Now, why we are saying that countries that lead in science also lead in technology, you may be aware that most of these devices we have transistors, etc. Transistors were developed around 1947 for no purpose. They were not developed to build computers. Are we together? They were not developed to build mobile phones. Are we together? The scientists just wanted to prove some movement of electrons and everything. It was science for science what? Sake. Science to enable us understand, not to enable us produce something. It is some kind of idle science, which probably we think is expensive. but that is where development comes from. So, we need, if a country wants to lead in technology, it needs to do more than just investing in industrial parks. It has to create a culture of science. It has to realize that the value of technology lies not in what it can do, but more so what further possibilities it opens up. A single innovation or a single invention or a single breakthrough, what panorama of possibilities does it open? So we must, as a country, also support science for its own sake. Let's put money into universities. Let's put money into research institutes. Let's put money so that people can just do research to understand things, to know. We are obsessed with this idea of what is it going to produce now. Those who have gone through a bit of history of how technology develops, you will know that there's concepts that lead to certain products were developed so many years before those products were thought of. So we have talked about basic science to help us understand. And this puts things in terms of theories, models, or laws. And these laws are what can now help us produce tangible products. And technology is applied science. But there's always this thing people say, you are just talking about theory. That is not practical. There's nothing as practical as a good theory. Because a good theory gives you the basis of why that thing works the way it works. So why the dichotomy? And this is where I just want to think of, and even Dr. Kiringi mentioned it, that there's a tension between industry and academia, right? That there's mistrust, right? That it's very difficult for me as a scholar to go to a company and I be given data, right? Now, we need to get rid of this mistrust. Industry and academia should work together when it comes to research. They should move away from polarization to polarity. Polarity is a concept from magnets. Like poles don't attract each other, right? It's the unlike poles that attract each other. So at this, currently we are like unlike poles, the academia and the industry. So we should attract each other, borrowing from that principle, right? And that's what I call polarity. And of course, we should try to see and develop an interface between the industry and the academia. And most of my the panelists who are here have actually spoken to that. We need to develop some kind of interface so that you will find that industry should be informed by academic research. But again, what happens in practice should be informed by academic research. But again, what the practitioners see as their pain points should also come back for research to seek solutions. So I don't see why this tension should persist. Lastly, somebody talked about funding. I think the government should set aside around 2% of its GDP for research. And if that money can actually be set aside and used to support both basic research and applied research, that is science and technology, then our country will be able to move forward. Africa will be able to move forward. Thank you very much. Do I stay here? Or I can leave? Okay.
I really loved it. My name is Martin from Afralti, and I just would want to ask a small question based on your four-layer model. If you could go back to it. Now, if I was to think about, I don't know if it's the right word to call it the multiplier, where there would be a business that is enabled by use of technology, but they are not really benefiting directly from either the networked elements, the networks, the content. Although, if I would give an example, I send an email to my client who responds, and I have no part to play in, the software that was involved. I'm just a clothes seller in Kiambu. Where would that part of my business being enabled by use of technology fall within the four-layered model?
Okay, is this fine? Okay. Thank you very much for that question. You will find that those dotted lines represent some kind of interface where those layers either get service from the next or the layer below. And you used an application. An email kind of thing is an application. And you were able to get your work done without having to know whether that email passed through a fiber cable, which switches it passed through. And that is the beauty of the concept of infrastructure. A good infrastructure should facilitate without even us knowing. But it is always hidden there. But you will find that that action you do will benefit almost all the layers there. Because when you said, probably you bought some data bundles, right? To enable you send the email. And probably that was facilitated by one of the telcos. Yes, so they're getting something. They are network owners, right? And probably those telcos use equipment they buy from the element. So there's always some effect. There's always a trickle effect that you may notice, but it happens. Yes.
I was thinking, I am making clothes, so my business is not in technology.
Yes.
But technology has enabled my business. If there was no means to send an email, it would probably have taken me 3 days to go and see the client.
Yes.
But the client sent me their measurements and I made their clothes.
Yes.
Do we include that multiplier, that enabling effect, that saving of cost that I don't have to go to the tailor's shop? I can send them the measurements.
Yes.
Isn't that...
Can we quantify it
yes,
as a value added?
Yes, as part of the digital...
Yes. You see, in economics, we have what is called the searching cost. Even if you wanted to buy a watch and you had to do window shopping, there's time wasted and so many inconveniences. If you can do that search online and identify the watch you want to buy, you have saved the search cost, and that has added value. And probably we should be able to quantify that value as a contribution to this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Once again, let's give him some thumbs up for perfect. I said thumbs up, but you're clapping. So claps to you, Doc, for that. No, that's on a lighter note. So there's one session between you and lunch. And And allow me to just go straight into it. This is going to be focus-centric on nurturing sufficient technical talent for Kenya. I don't want to go into the flesh bit of it in terms of the panelists, but allow me to bring in the moderator of this particular session who will go right ahead of it and bring for us the panelists, and that's none other than Winnie Akoko, who is a child online protection specialist and expert. And I know she's been a great collaborator to the institution coordinating this. So yesterday she mentioned to me that men never take compliments. So I don't know how true that is, but let's give her some claps as we encourage her to come on stage, Winnie. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kelvin. Apologies, I'm standing between you and lunch, but I have a special request. If you can all stand, and Kelvin, if you can just lead with, for us to stretch a bit before we begin. Yeah, we've been sitting for some time.
All right, we're talking tech, we've talked infrastructure. Let me just do some bit of what causes malaria? Mosquito bite, right? Plasmodium. John, are you hearing the scientist in the room? So what causes mosquito again? What causes malaria? It's a parasite. That's mosquito, the Plasmodium. Okay, so the mosquito sound is always what? Okay, so that kui is a unique one. Is that now the peculiar sound? All right, so let's just do a tease as kids. Let's reimagine that we're still children for our Malawian, Ugandan, and our Sudanese. So there's always a joke here in Kenya that says adulting is a scam. And I hear somebody laughing that adulting is a scam. So the imagination is, at times, if at all we could remain as kids, we could not be like right here deliberating across all these bits and all. So can I hear as? Can you like just go in your hand? It's just an energy game to just get us going for Winnie, special as a mosquito. All right, open your hands, catch it, eat it. All right, that was just a tease. Thank you. I hope that's probably adequate enough to get us going. Thank you, Winnie. Over to you. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Kelvin, for that, and everyone for joining in this session, and the dedication and the stamina that we all have. My name is Winnie Akoko, as Kelvin said, and I wear the hat today of a child online protection practitioner with Afrauti. I'm honored to be your moderator for this session, where we are going to look at, where we are going to discuss the important topic of nurturing sufficient technical talent in Kenya. Kenya, like many nations, faces challenges of equipping our workforce with the relevant skills and knowledge required to meet the demands of the 21st century. So today, in this session, it marks a crucial moment where we are going to address the pressing need for this, nurturing this technical talent. So the key objective of this session is, so I picked three, where we're going to examine the current landscape. We are aiming to assess the current state of technical education and technical development. We also want to explore the collaborative solutions, because collaboration is one of the key things that have been talked about, even from yesterday's summit or workshop. we want to look at or explore the strategies for these collaborative efforts between academia, industry, government, and also communities to bridge the gaps effectively. Lastly, we want to inspire action, because after everything is said, we need to act. So our panelists have been carefully selected for their expertise, and when I was researching, most of them have been in their respective fields for more than 10 years. So please allow me to welcome Dorothy Njiraine, who is here with us. Please, let's clap for her. So Dorothy is a professor or doctor from University of Nairobi. We also have in this panel John Olukuru. Just for confirmation if John is here, because I was told some of my panelists are not around. John? Okay, so John is not around, but John heads the Data Science and Analytics Department at Strathmore University. So we had some questions around data and how that can be able to, contribute in this important topic. We also have Philip Ndumia from Fibre Trainer. Oh, thank you so much. Please, let's clap for him. Thank you so much, Philip, and welcome. We have Niraj Shah, who's the Director for Business Development at IX Africa. He's not around. All right, so we'll also cover some topics around there. So if there are experts in that, please feel free to contribute at that stage. Lastly, we have Vera Imende Ombonya, who's the Deputy Director in Kenya School of Government. Vera, please let's clap for her. Thank you so much and welcome. Karibu sana. So let me take a seat. So I'll dive right in to the questions to our panelists, but in this particular session, I would like to encourage everyone to be active so that we can get the most out of this. So I would like for us to introduce ourselves, panelists. Please, if you can just briefly introduce yourself and the experiences you've gained through the work that you've been doing. And why is this topic important for us to discuss today? So I can start with you, Vera, and then Philip, and then we head to Dorothy.
Thank you very much, Winnie, and good morning, or is it good afternoon, everybody? Thank you for inviting us and inviting me to be part of this panel. I'm Vera Bonyo, Deputy Director at Kenya School of Government, that is charged with building the capacity of the public service in Kenya. Specifically, I'm in the E-Learning and Development Institute, which is charged with developing capacity in three main areas. That's ICT, E-Learning, and knowledge management. And I think the reason why this is important, because we see it, I think when we saw this morning about the National Broadband Strategy, we talk about the Digital Master Plan, and I think if you look at the specific areas that talks about, they talk a lot about the infrastructure, but there's very little that's covered in terms of the soft skills, the software that's required. True, the Digital Master Plan has a whole section, a whole pillar on digital skills, But without the skills to be able to operate the infrastructure, then we really cannot be able to move. And I think that's why this section on the digital skills and capacity building is, I'd say, very crucial and something that really is necessary for us to move the agenda of fiber optic in this session and also within our own countries. Thank you.
From Mombasa all the way up to Maraba, Uganda border. Actually, I was in charge of the fiber part of it, and we did it. That was the first backbone all the way from Mombasa to Uganda. Then the other one was the one from also Mombasa, but I started that one at Longonot, Narok, Bomet, Kisii up to Kisumu. So I did that one again, and it continued to Tanzania. So the first two backbone fiber okay, those infrastructures, I'm the one who did them, the two of them. That is Mombasa to our country to Uganda, and the other one up to Tanzania. Now, that is maybe my experience as far as maybe fiber is concerned. And of course, when I'm here, I train on 4 main fiber courses. I train on a certified fiber optic technician, we call it CFOT. I also train on a cable network design. I also train on a certified premises cabling technician, and I also train on fiber to the home. So basically that's what I do. Basically that is who I am.
Yeah, thank you so much. So just a follow-up on that. Why do you think it is important for us to discuss the issue about nurturing sufficient technical skills?
Yeah, a trained technician will be able to handle a job when it comes to installation. Because he's trained, he'll be able to maybe carry the installation very, very quickly, and then, of course, satisfying, resulting in more reliable service to the customers. Same, trained technician will be able to see a problem where it is. He will be able to know how to go about it very, very quickly, and then, of course, work on it, and, of course, install the service, maintaining the customer in service, and also giving him confidence. Now, the other one is optimization. The service has got to be there. The technicians who are trained are supposed to know their network, and they are required to keep it in service. So that is the reason why.
Okay, thank you so much for that elaborate one. I'll jump over to Dorothy.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jiraine Dorothy. I lecture at the University of Nairobi, Department of Library and Information Science. I also am a knowledge management and communication coordinator for the Women's Economic Empowerment Hub, hosted at African Women's Studies Center, University of Nairobi. This is a 5-year project funded by Bill and Melinda Gates. I think I've done the introduction. Relevance. First, I think we already have an MOU with AFRATI for capacity building and also collaborative research and academic programs, and also holding webinars together and also such kind of forums. And I think that's why I'm here today. The other thing is I also deal with, you've heard my nature of activities and maybe discipline. So it entails nurturing our youth, especially at undergraduate level, and also post-youth at postgraduate level. So we need to link with, normally we nurture them so that they can be relevant to the industry out there. And at the same time, we do not work in isolation. We normally engage with the industry so that we produce graduates who are responsive and positively responsive to the industry. So I think, and the list is endless. Maybe as we continue, I may end up adding more. Thank you.
So thank you so much for that, which also builds in my next question was about collaboration. We've talked so much about how important it is for industries, education institutions to collaborate with each other instead of looking at our operations from the competitive side. So I'm also keen to just also understand, you've mentioned the MOU between AFRALTI. Could you just share more on how academia can be able to collaborate with the industry to foster the technical talent?
Thank you. Thank you. Is it Alice? Winnie. Sorry, Winnie. I'm so poor in remembering names. Yeah. For me, I look at academia from different perspectives. First, we have to develop programs that are also industry responsive. But how do we know that they are industry responsive? So we have to engage the industry. So normally what we do, and I think that is something that we've been practicing at the University of Nairobi, we ensure that for any program to be accredited by Q, we are also, under the Q regulate, Q is, for those who are not aware, is Commission for University Education. That's our regulator for the universities. So one of the requirements is you have to engage the industry. And for any program to be approved by the University of Nairobi. So I want to take our university. In this case, I'll be referring to the University of Nairobi because I'm also a Senate member. For any program to be approved by the Senate, it has to engage the stakeholders. And that one does not only mean those in the industry, but also the students, prospective students, parents, or other. So we normally, we are more aggressive when it comes to that. And ensure that whatever comments, we normally share with them our curriculum. So that they can say, oh, there are some issues here that need to be beefed up. There are these things we think are not necessary or relevant. Okay? So that's one of them. The other thing is we ensure that for us to be in tandem with the emerging trends, all academic programs have to be reviewed every 5 years, and sometimes before the 5 years. And I think everyone is aware of the AI, and it's unfortunate that I wasn't here yesterday. I would have loved to be part of you, but there are so many other engagements. AI, it's, let me not say it's a risk, but it's paving a very unprecedented landscape. In terms of what one of my colleagues, previous speakers here said, issues of dependency, issues of, and that one of course leads to lack of creativity. Because when we give students assignments, all they do is to go to ChatGPT, and then it responds, and they of course bring to us. But at least we've also put measures in place. We use these plagiarism software that they are able to detect the AI presence besides the plagiarism. I don't want to take much of the time, but maybe my colleagues can also. And then, of course, when it comes to knowledge management, and I'm happy my colleague at School of Government is here, there's so much about knowledge management, because it makes us be in a position to repackage. You know, we are so much user-centric. So it's not about us in the academic. It's about our users out there. And we have to engage them. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Dorothy. And Vera, I think if you can build on that, given you're from the Kenya, governance, and also maybe you could also touch on if there are specific curriculum that needs to be changed, or specific things we need to change within the curriculum. Yeah,
thank you, Winnie. I think there's really nothing that you can do in isolation. You really have to work with partners, especially if you're in the tech sector or you're dealing anything with IT, because you cannot own all the knowledge or say that you're specifically the one who has it. So there has to be collaboration in anything that you're doing. I can see Afralti have also, they have UAY here. We have a lot of partnerships as well. So I don't think anybody who's in this field can really claim not to collaborate with others. And I think even for us as a school, in the programs that we develop, we collaborate a lot with other people. Otherwise, we'd not be able to succeed. For cybersecurity, we collaborate with CA, that's Communications Authority, and ICTA, to develop a program on cybersecurity, which is not only for the public sector, but also for everybody who would. Data protection, we are currently working with Office of Data Protection Commissioner. We've rolled out a program on data protection. We have also working with GIZ to offer the same program online. We should looking to work with Afralti as well. So any collaborations that you have are not necessarily competitive, but they are complementary, because you want to see how do you go the extra mile with what it is that you have. And that is not only nationally, but it's also regionally and, should I say, globally. So the collaborative networks are very important, and they also go to the other extent of it being, in terms of mentoring, you do need to work with other people. You can train, but how do you please them to mentor? When you're talking about on-job training, that has to be done in collaboration with other people. We can train in government, but when they go back to the job, there needs to be continuous on-jobs training. So you're talking about collaborating with people in the same field, collaborating with those in other fields, and also collaborating with, should I say, development partners and private sector. And I think when you come to training in this particular field, especially when you're talking about fiber optic, or you're talking about data, then you find that this is where a lot actually comes. I know somebody talked about public sector, but a lot of the support you receive in this particular, I think, field will come a lot from the private sector, because you find that when it comes to setting up the infrastructure and setting up a lot of the training and a lot of the things that need to be done. That's where you find partners like Mozilla who come in. You find partners like Huawei who come in. We have had a lot of other people who are working. You have Intel who are doing a lot of work also with government. Then you have a lot of these other, Microsoft, Google, all the international players then come in because you do need to be able to work with them to train people who are relevant for that particular field. I think the second question was on...
yeah, so the second question was if we need to add a specific curriculum or improve on the curriculum that we have, especially in terms of when we're looking at nurturing the technical talent.
I'd say I'll go back to a lot of what is there in terms of the digital skills and the building capacity that's there also in our digital master plan and in the blueprint. You're looking at nurturing talent at the basic, the intermediate, and the professional level. So definitely it has to start right at the basic level, which is why we see they're introducing it at primary schools and also high school. When you come to the intermediate level, you're looking at it being introduced. I think you'd put it there in terms of our universities. They do have to have programs that are relevant for the market, that churns it out. Because without that, then you don't have the professionals. Then you have the capacity building that you're building at the professional level. All of them need to be enhanced. All of them need to continuously be updated with the skills that are required for the market. So you'd find this continuous review of curricula. That's what Dr. is saying, that you do need to continuously, sometimes, usually it's a minimum. For us, we say we review our curricula every 3 years. So every 3 years, you're updating content on what it is that you have developed. Like I keep saying, our field is very dynamic. You cannot afford to have the same things that you were training 5 years ago in the same curricula. It has to be updated. Right now, if you don't have things on data protection, you have to include it. If you are leaving out AI, you have to include it. You're talking about now even just a simple thing, like you're talking about ChatGPT. Now those are the examples that we are using. We are no longer talking about our older search engines. So there needs to be continuous updating, and because you also need to upskill your staff. So you need to continuously update a lot of the programs that you're running at all 3 levels. The basic, the intermediate, and the professionals. And that also means developing continuous professional certifications to meet the need of the market. So I think that is crucial.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for that. And Philip, if you could just build on that in terms of your capacity as a fiber trainer. What are the specific skills and competencies that we need? If we can just get to the specifics.
Competitive skills.
Yes, the specific skills that or competencies that we need to, look at from your.
Okay, as a trainer, of course, before probably somebody comes for training, there are some basic education that we look into. If maybe they are or they have it, then of course they come in for training. And of course, we train them.
All right. Yeah, okay. Thank you so much for that. I don't know if Dorothy, you'd like to add on anything on that in terms of the specificality of the, the technical skills needed, especially when you look at education.
Okay, thank you for that question. I think it's crucial and it's vital, especially when we look at the skills for the industry. And let me first say that I want to base it on my department.
Yes.
And my department normally, we have 3 programs as we speak. One is Bachelor of Information Science, the other one is Master of Information Science, and the other one is Doctorate, yeah? PhD in Information Science. Now, if you let's focus on the undergraduate. So if you look at our undergraduate as per now, 3/4 of it are IT courses. Issues of cyber security, issues of scientometrics. We have website development. We have Internet of Things. We have what? They are quite many. Let me not say. And I think Dr. Redo is one of them. He's one of our IT guru in the department. And if you look at this department, if you look at the skills that we require, our students are required to have, issues of coding and programming. Those are very key in terms of the emerging trends. Nowadays, we are talking of content creators. That's, I think it's a big thing in the industry out there. They also require issues of cyber security, the way my colleague also indicated. We also need soft skills. It's not necessarily the IT. And I think when Dr. Oredo was speaking, he said that we've been so much focused on STEM and we forgot the STEAM. And we forgot that, for me, I believe the techs cannot operate in ISO. I mean, they cannot just operate themselves. They need the human interface. And that's why the arts and humanities are very crucial in this. So you realize that there are so many skills that are required. And I think one of the reasons is for our undergraduate programs is to ensure that our students are engaged in industrial attachment. Every third year, they have to, be attached to various players out there for them to get more and more skills, and also to learn what's happening out there, and also to convert theory into practice, because we are so much theoretical, we in the academia are so much, into theory. Then we forget that there is the practical part of it. So also adaptive skills, adaptive learning skills, those are very key, so that the students are able to be very flexible wherever they are being, attached, or wherever they will go after their program. So let me say the skills are so diverse. The other thing I know about the skills, we also require, I don't know how it's going to, but I think you'll be able to convert it, yeah? We need to also have a multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, and interdisciplinary approach, yeah? So that when we look at the people in the technical engineering, medical, wherever, agriculture, then we are able to harmonize all that. And at the end of it all, you realize that there's so much that each and every sector within the industry is able to contribute to the national grid. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. And I like that you mentioned, for example, coding, which brings me to, we were talking so much also about inclusivity and access. How can we ensure access? Because if you look at the landscape, especially in Nairobi, you'll find that a lot of some institutions that are offering programs on coding or programming courses. But when we go to the rural areas, we don't have much of these. So how can we ensure access in these areas? So before we come to you, maybe Vera can pick on that, and then we. Sorry.
Thank you. I think maybe I'll look at access from I'd say maybe from a slightly different angle, not too much also for inclusivity, but generally, how do we increase access to programs? First of all, I think when you talk about fiber, that it is a very niche market. Yes. There are specialized programs that you offer for that. So I think that is where now institutions like Afalti come in, because it's a very specialized area. So it's very difficult to get everybody into that. So there are some sections that I think might end up being niche markets for different people, which you might not have everybody offering. So in terms of maybe in a case like that, making them more accessible, that's where now the issue of, you'd say, cost and funding come in. Because how then do they get access to funding and to training? And that also happens to a lot of, I'd say, the technology programs. So in a case like that, when you talk about costing and funding, it's not only looking at the organizations that are funding them, but how do you get alternative sources of funding to get through to them? So that way then they can have the accessibility to the programs. And not, if you move away also now from the niche programs, and you look at the broader digital space and the digital literacy, then there's also the aspect of the variety of programs that you offer. How do you specialize them for different markets, for different layers? Whether you're talking about the schools, if you're coming to work, are they operational, tactical, strategic? Who are you structuring your courses for so that there's accessibility across? You're also talking about the different target markets so that you're able to tweak the courses to meet different targets. I mean, what I'll train the women in market area is not the same thing that I'll train the university students, not the same thing I'll train the professionals. So you need to be able to make the courses diverse enough to meet that specific group. And I think then you can also look at the different formats. You can introduce things like micro-learning so that you have the very small different ways in which they can access the programs. Have them in small bits and have them across. You also have the different platforms that they can have in. Have them in mobile, have them in terms of e-learning, where you can have the blended programs so that they are able to access them in different ways. If I'm training somebody in the rural area, I would not expect to come in for training, even if it's at the school for 1 week. 1 week might be too much for them. So how do I break this down into very little modules to be able to get them to give them to me, maybe every 2 hours in a week or in a day? That way then they are able to consume them in a different way. And like I was saying, mobile, how do you get them to learn on phone? The other way is how to get people there to be able to train them. I've seen cases where you have a whole group of people, take trainers there, train them for 1 week, and then make them training of trade to go out and train other people. So I think there are different ways in which you can get it accessible. You can also target specific groups. I know Dr. Njirene is talking about women. So how do you develop programs for women and for the vulnerable groups and for those who are, should I say, less accessible to some of that training? So you'd find different ways in which you can get your program accessible, I think, in those different variety of formats and different varieties of targets, and also the different costing that would be available. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much for that. I know she was waiting to add on something. I don't know if Philip, you have anything to add on that? Okay. All right. Yes, so Dorothy, yes.
You know, she has spoken my mind, all of it, but let me say something about accessibility. And I also say, I will look at it from a very different approach. First, in fact, I will start with, where is the one who was, I don't know, the one who called me to come and sit here. I told him, you are going to nitakulipisha because I'm not able to reach there. I really wanted to sit up there. But anyway, that's from a light note. When it comes to accessibility, in fact, I think the Constitution itself speaks for all of us, because I think it's a basic human right to have access either to information, to education, to affordable housing, all the basic necessities. So when it comes to, we as in the academia, have also to think in terms of leaving no one out. And I think that's why the government brought in this other funding model, whereby it's able to cater for even the most marginalized families that cannot even afford university education, which should be accessible to all. So basing on that, I think sometimes our hands are tied. As I said, we are more into developing curriculum, and we only think of the students who just come to us. But COVID taught us, COVID was a what? I'm trying to get that one, a wake-up call. We realized, it was a game changer. Because I remember it was on, I think, 16th or 20th, when the University of Nairobi closed. You remember that, I think for 1 month, we were all restricted to our houses. We could not even leave the door. In fact, if you could hear your neighbor cough, I think there was a number to go and say there's a COVID. I think you remember we were so much into so much fear. Now, I think we never stayed for more than 2 months before we resumed our academic programs. We embraced, I think we were a bit fortunate because the University of Nairobi was kind of, as a very, let me say the ICT infrastructure has been, it's only that we had not utilized it. But we didn't know that we had the capacity to offer online classes. And so we all went 100% virtual learning. But at the same time, we realized that we were leaving most of our students out because of the gadgets and the connectivity. So we realized that we couldn't even bring everyone on board. So how do we address that gap of the few or maybe 40% that cannot access the virtual classes? That's food for thought. Because up to today, I know we've had students deferring because of the virtual classes. And then also other issues, other teething problems also cropped up. Issues of plagiarism, issues of, I remember even failing one PhD candidate because, when I went to open the online, answer sheet, the person, I don't want to use any gender, but the student had responded by writing, of course, which is copy and paste, over 200 pages with citations. And for me, I never went through that. When I saw the citations, and then I realized this is not an exam. And I was a bit concerned because I felt so disappointed. The student is a PhD candidate and could go to those lengths of lifting the work. So you can see issues of academic integrities also cropped in. So when we look at accessibility, there's so much, it's so complex. It's so complex because there are those who have all the infrastructure in place, they abuse it. Okay? But there are those who are in the remote areas who even do not or cannot even afford a meal. And you're asking this person to buy a smart gadget so that he or she can access education, which is not realistic. So there are so many issues. Legal framework, there is data protection, and I think you've seen how our institutions have been penalized because of using images. Anyway, there are so many, there's so much. It's a very complex landscape when we think of accessibility. Yeah, and it's something we need to think through. We could maybe adopt blended approach, which I think it's more conducive. But sometimes when we have international students, it also becomes another issue. You want blended or you want physical, but then students, international students may not be able to afford to be physically for your classes. I don't know whether I've responded, but I think I was just adding to what she has said, and I know I have many points once they come. Once I start, sometimes I just lose some of the points. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dorothy. I think now this one I'll give to Philip. So in your capacity as a fiber trainer, given what Dorothy has shared, how do you think we can ensure effective, effective training of these skills?
Thank you very much for that question. In actual sense, for us to be effective, theirs is more of administration and so on, but mine is more of technical than maybe administration. Now, I believe in, they come in, the trainees, I train them in theory and in practical, use the equipment, and they are tested. Of course, I train on maybe survey, design, installation, and maintenance. Then these students are tested, and they are tested by Fibre Optic Association of America. So probably that's up to where we go. They come, train them, they are tested, they go to the field, and do work. Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that. I'm not going to be selfish because I know the participants here are waiting, and also they also have questions. But for my last one, I would like to ask all, and this one I actually think I picked from Kelvin's question that he asked yesterday. What could go extremely wrong if we choose to ignore nurturing sufficient technical talent in Kenya? What could go extremely wrong? And Kelvin's, thanks for that. So I don't know who, anyone can start. What could go wrong? And then I can now give it to the, yeah, you can pick. Extremely.
Okay, thank you. I think when somebody was speaking yesterday, I think even when during Dr. Rode's presentation, when he was mentioning a few things, and you think, regardless of how much you digitize or how much you know, when he was giving the 4 layers, and I was thinking, he's talking about the networked elements, the network, the applications, and the consumption. At all of those layers, you need people. And you can't work without people. And that means you need to build their capacity. And not only build their capacity, you need people, even at the consumption level, they need to be trained on how to consume, isn't it? I can develop a lot of online applications, but like Dr. Njirain is saying, they don't have access to them. So you need to be able to consume them. So at the very worst, let me say, worst case scenario, they are not used. Nothing moves. Because everything hinges on people. You cannot get your fiber in place if you don't have trained people. You can't get people to build applications if you don't have trained people. You cannot get people to consume them if you don't have trained people. You can't even get people to theorize and see the ideas and get everything that needs to be done without the right capacity. I think there's usually a clip that has been going around. If you not only training them, but equipping them with the relevant and appropriate skills. So it shouldn't just be a wild capacity building program, but it needs to be specific, relevant, timely, and everything for them to get the necessary skills to be able to do all that. I think that's how I would sum it up.
Thank you so much. Philip, anything you'd like to add on that? What could go extremely wrong if we choose if we decide we are ignoring issues around nurturing talent, technical talent?
Definitely, when somebody is not properly trained, he will not be able to handle maybe a job in a good way. Now, okay, we have maybe people right out there in the field. They are doing maybe some fiber, like splicing, like fiber testing, but then they have not undergone any training. Now it's a little bit dangerous because they don't know exactly what they are doing. And that's why we are saying they require to be trained. So it is actually not very good. It's a little bit dangerous if they are not properly trained. And that is why Afrality is here, is able to train these people. Let them come to Afrality, and then we train them. Let them go back to the field and carry out a good job, so that that danger of giving us a poor service, that danger of doing a job that is not technically correct, we shall equip them, we shall equip these people with the knowledge so that they can be quite okay.
Okay, Dorothy is smiling. If you could touch on that, and you mentioned on the national level and then at the community level, what that would look like.
Okay, maybe first I can just give a summary of just a word for each one. There will be disconnect. Secondly, there will be obsolescence. Okay? And then the other one, there will be substandard, because there will be no quality. Okay? So when we have all that, then you can even visualize the kind of, at community level. When there is a substandard, it means that there's a and I say disconnect. So then you disconnect the community to the national grid. At the other side, on the other side, you also disconnect the national to the grassroots. Then we will be doing zero work. Okay? And then we'll be isolated, because we will be in our own world vis-a-vis the updated world. Because I think we need to keep in tandem with what's happening globally, regionally, nationally, and at community level. I think that's all I can say. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Okay, now back to the participants. I'm welcoming questions. Yes. Straight away, our MC.
I'll give it to the audience.
Right, thank you very much for this opportunity. Mine is just a general question. You have talked about accessibility, and I've seen that in the typical rural areas. I'll go first to my father there. They are good technicians. They are good at practical, right? But they don't have those capacity to go and attain a certain qualification. So I suggest, or in my own opinion, if we can organize simple workshops for them and give them special recognition certificates that they have attended this, so that out there they can have maybe employed and then recognized or get upgrade themselves. Because in the typical rural areas, it's hard for them to get a penny and pay for institutions like Afrati. I recall in those past in Malawi, we used to have data centers where we were introducing IT services. Although they were cheaper, but the villagers, they were failing to go and pay for the services because to them it was very expensive. And if we can have policies, now I'm back to institutions like my mother and my sister were there. If we can have policies that can help to uplift the skills of those people that are in rural areas. I think that can work. I know in government we have good policies on paper, but on the ground there is zero. So if you can have policies that are working, I think some of these things we are talking here can be rectified. That's my general observation or my general comment. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Oh yeah, I see another hand. Does anyone want to contribute, my panelists? Okay, so before Alphonse, maybe Dorothy wants to chip in first.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to to inform my brother that in Kenya we have what we call TVET, and that's Technical and Vocational Training Institutes, which are all over the country. And I think even maybe other countries could borrow a leaf, and they are enacted, and there are policies towards that, enhancing the technical skills. And I forgot to mention that when I was responding to how to nurture. So we've started right from the grassroots level when it comes to government policies in Kenya. The other question I can't remember, but I just wanted to focus on that. I also want to beg I leave because I had another function. I've realized it's past 2, if you don't mind.
Okay, thank you. So maybe we can just speak Alphonse, and then we bring this to a close, since also our time is up.
All right. Thank you very much, Winnie. My question is just very straightforward. I was in a workshop somewhere with ICTA, and they were launching the digital literacy skilling program for communities. And one question was coming out, like, if we train these community members, kind of informal training, and yet we also have university curriculum and the TVET, where you get the certification, either as a degree or diploma. At what point are these two certifications meet? And is it also a threat to universities that now, like, people would opt for going, for these training programs rather than getting into universities? And if that is the scenario, then does it mean there is a gap in the university level or colleges level as, compared to what we need in the industry?
Okay. Would you? Okay. So thank you for coming back.
Let me respond. When I heard about university, I said, let me just respond, because maybe I have first degree understanding. Now, when it comes to technical and whether universities are kind of threatened, I don't think so, because first and foremost, there are qualifications for TVET. And normally, there are qualifications for TVET, for those are part of the tertiary institutions and universities. But the government is trying to have technical universities. And I think TUK, this Technical University of Kenya, has been identified to be one of them. And I'm sure there are others like TUM, which may be. So it will be easy. It will be very easy for the students or the youth to also advance their skills from the TVET to university level. Because you see, the more you enhance, also the chances for you to upscale your skills and also to get better opportunities in the industry are also enhanced through the acquisition of higher certificates. Because I think you get a diploma and a certificate at TVET. You can't get a degree. So universities offer degree. And that's the reason that universities have been discouraged from offering diploma certificates. So we are trying to do away with that for those departments that are here. And then secondly, I think it can be, for me, the vision, and I think that's where Kenya is going, the TVETs will have to be working very closely with universities. I think that's also another way of enhancing the skills. And we don't look at it as competition, but as collaboration, and positive collaboration. I think there's so much that can be done for us to work together, at least to ensure that there is no skills gap for those technical skills. I hope if there will be any other question when I'm gone, there's Dr. Oredo there who can take up.
Yes.
Dr. Oredo, I think you have my mantle. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Yes.
Thank you so much. Let's clap for her, please. All right. I know we were standing between you and lunch, and therefore I would like to bring this to a close. Thank you so much for for staying and listening in. Maybe final, for those who would like to reach you for a follow-up question, how can they reach you? Vera and Philip, maybe you can share that as we, and then we can give back the mic to the MC.
Now, it's not only reaching me, it's actually reaching the training. Now, I have told you that you are offering 4 very good courses. That is CFOT, premises cabling technician, design, fiber optic design, and we are also offering fiber to the home. Now, these things are being done outside there without proper training. Now that you have heard that we are doing them here, and we are doing them to certification of Fiber Optic Association, then I am sending you out. Those people who are outside there and they are not trained, please bring them to Flaherty and we shall train them. Now, we only not train maybe on theory, we do theory and we do practicals. Then we only, again, don't train on probably without certification, it is done by FOA. But there are some organizations, they want their people to work and work well. Now, those ones bring them here and of course we train them and we don't do the exam. So as my final, maybe please give us students to train.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Maybe just in addition, I really want to thank Afralti for organizing this. And in my conversations with a lot of the HR and training people within public sector, a lot of them actually bring their people here for training. Whether you're talking about those who are doing the infrastructure or those who are doing the actual certifications for the training, I think even as government, we are supporting Afralti quite well. I do hope that will continue. So let me say kudos for the good job. Okay. And then maybe if you do want to reach me, I'm available after this. It's also very easy to get me on the website. I don't think I'm going to give out my phone on air. But if you do go to our website, ksg.ac.ke, you'll get my contact there at the E-Learning and Development Institute. There's both my email and my phone number, and I'm still available after this. Yes, so thank you.
Thank you so much, our speakers, participants, for this. So I think it's a good testimonial for Afralti, the feedback that we get, the impact of the program that you're running. And also, I would like to take this opportunity to also thank Mozilla. We need more of such discussions to happen to shape the economy of Kenya. Back to you, our MC. Thank you.
I see Leonard is on my neck. Please kindly then just come and debrief us on what we need to do next, Leonard. Sound, thank you.
Yeah, once again, a round of applause for our panelists. All right, thanks. I happen to be the guy who is always very frustrating because time is everything for me. So time is everything, and I think we are behind schedule. We started late, and we also have some speakers we'd like to listen to. So what I would request for you to do, and please move with speed, okay? After here, we'll go for lunch. So lunch is 30 minutes, and then we come back. Why I'm pressing it because we're already behind schedule. We're starting to do lunch at 2 is also, it's already hurting us. Like we should have had this lunch earlier. I know some of you are already feeling hungry. So I kind request, let's go have lunch for 30 minutes and then come back and then hear from the rest of the speakers that are left. Because some of them would like to go, but we don't want them to, we want to listen to them as well. So kindly.
Using myself. Thank you, Leonard, and thank you all for being here and for extending the invite to us on behalf of the UK government. I think Leonard has done a good attempt to say which organization or department I work for. Specifically, I lead a program by the name the Digital Access Program. It's one of the UK government initiatives, basically. It's a global program. So on your screens, I think this is the best slide and the one I like most because it's easier. It's just showing the partners that we really cherish for having helped us to achieve what we've achieved in the last 4 or 5 years. So the next, what I want to say next is that this is a global program, as I mentioned. We have been implementing in 5 countries. Kenya is one of them. So Africa, it's Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa, and then Brazil and Indonesia. And the program has been catalyzing affordable, inclusive, safe, secure digital access for excluded populations. The program was designed around 3 pillars. The first pillar is basically around digital inclusion, issues to do with models and enablers for digital inclusion. And the second pillar was just to mainstream trust and resilience of the online space, generally considered as cyber security or cyber hygiene. And the third pillar was around digital entrepreneurship, just to have an ecosystem that is sustainable. In Kenya, we have reached those numbers. Sometimes people say that numbers, can tell a lot. So just some stats in terms of what we have managed to achieve in the last 4 or 5 years in Kenya, courtesy of all the partners that you saw, not even all of them. Those are the ones that we are working with currently, but we've had several partners along the way. Some we couldn't be able to finance or put in money into the continued models, but they were all successful and contributed. I think among the highlights of this stats is the 4.7 million Kenyans that we managed to, socialize them with models. So in form of models, I think as I'll explain ahead, you will see the type of models. And then the other number that is quite impactful is the number of systemic enhancement documents. This could be policies, regulatory frameworks, guidelines, strategic plans that we've managed to, collaboratively with the respective government agencies to put in place, like Communications Authority of Kenya, ICT Authority, COVID-19 ICT, the Advisory Committee, Office of the Data Protection Commissioner, Kenya Film Classification Board. So we and the Ministry of ICT, all these are under the ministry. So two cases in point, as you can see, in Kenya, we first, collaborated with the regulator to put in place the rules and regulations to guide the commercial deployment of TV white spaces, as well as we also contributed to having a community networks licensing framework. I think this could be taken for granted, but looking at how they have actually, become relevant with the current government's agenda, then you will see that they were quite transformative to have even conceived and the CA to have put in this place prior to this current government, because the current government is really leveraging on this to support the last mile public Wi-Fi hotspots. So in terms of barriers, of course, you all have been listening to the barriers since you've been here, that there are several digital exclusion or digital inclusion barriers or digital exclusions. So, but specifically for our program, we focused on these 5 or 6 barriers. Specifically to try address the unaffordability and availability. I think I had some colleagues from Malawi mention like unavailability, unaffordability, and reliability of access to the internet, having inappropriate, inaccessible services, including government services. Our communities are generally digitally illiterate. Obviously, as you know, devices are unaffordable. There are many online harms and threats that our excluded populations are encountering. And there's general lack of knowledge on how to mainstream inclusion in everything that we deliver to our citizenry. So as a program, as I mentioned, our aim is to catalyze affordable, inclusive, safe, secure digital access for excluded populations. So these populations are any population that, as you know, doesn't enjoy what everybody else is enjoying on the digital platform. So this could be based on gender, like for example, the gap between women and men in accessing ICTs, you know what that is. Could be around disabilities, could be around age. Young people now have taken over the technologies, and those of us who are senior citizens, we are being left behind in terms of that gap. So anybody, so it could be on geographical status, it could be on income status, like our brothers and sisters who live in informal settlements might not be as privileged as those of us maybe who stay in other. Yeah, so generally those exclusions. So that's the population. So from a domain perspective, we look at systemic enhancements. I think I've alluded to 50 systemic enhancement products that we have managed to do in the last 4 years. Even doing 1 or 2, I guess in some places is a tall order, but in Kenya we've managed about 50. So those are things that we work with the ecosystem, both government and private and civil society, to advocate for enablers of digital inclusion, cutting across all those other aspects. But we still also work with the market, the supply side of these services. Like for example, smaller ISPs, last mile connectivity, agents, government that supplies government services, trainers who provide skilling, anybody who provides any other service that is relevant to support development. Then, of course, most importantly, is the consumer, so the demand. So we have an integrated approach from that perspective. So just to mention that on supply, I think what is more important here is that principles for digital development as well as universal design principles are very important to make sure that we are all inclusive. So this is our integrated approach or digital access program stack. So, around infrastructure, we look at last mile connectivity. I think I've mentioned, small ISPs, community networks. I've seen some of our community network members in the room. Content, and it must be local and relevant. Skills, innovation, and entrepreneurship, as well as online safety and security. So what are we offering this year, or beginning last year, when in Kenya we got a new government? That is the government transformational digital agenda. So that GOTDA is Kenya government's transformational digital agenda. I think, as you're aware, the Hustler Nation promised a lot around providing last mile connectivity, the digital literacy. And so they came up with this agenda. The government's transformation digital agenda, which supports the bottom-up economic transformational agenda. And what we have been able to reorganize our program to support that has been around connectivity, so capacity building, for example, for smaller ISPs, as well as including social entrepreneurs, so generally known as the Sambazas in Kenya. I know it's a name that is not mentioned in conferences because the regulator is in the room, but luckily I think he's out. So we can talk of Sambazas, yeah? I didn't realize he was hiding there. Yeah, so capacity building, we are collaborating with Strathmore University, Afralty, as well as Dynamic Spectrum Alliance, ICT Authority, the regulator himself, to see whether we can build capacity of smaller ISPs or Tambazas so that they're able to meet the required standards. And that supports the public Wi-Fi agenda. So digital skilling, we have been, I think I had Alphonse mention that he attended a forum where we have supported the national digital skilling curriculum, to reach whatever number that the government wants to reach. We understand 20 million overall, but I think they are starting with 5 million. So we are testing that national curriculum with about 25,000 beneficiaries. 10 of these will be persons with disabilities, and 15,000 will be women farmers or traders, small entrepreneurs. So on trust and resilience, we are building. Of course, as I mentioned, we build safety, security, and digital forensics in everything that we do. Then content and services, we are partnering with the Universal Service Fund. As you know, that is a fund that is available to connect the unconnected. So we are partnering with them to see how effectively to implement a Universal Service Fund strategic plan 2023 to 2028. On continued support to systemic enhancements, we have focused heavily on generation of knowledge products. There are several studies that we have lined up that we are undertaking so that this knowledge can be available to support within the region, within the country, within the region, and even within the continent, and whoever else that might want to learn from our 5 years or 6 years experience. So among the emerging technologies, I think you must have been, been hearing about AI the whole of yesterday, the role of artificial intelligence. But I think there is a conversation now that has started around safety. How is AI safe for everyone, including our nations? So I think as UK government, our Prime Minister has decided to stick his head and neck out on responsible or safe artificial intelligence. So you'll be hearing more about that. We might be collaborating with Kenya government to undertake a cyber risk assessment and whatever else that might present itself. I mentioned of knowledge products, so we also participated in conducting a gap analysis study on spectrum sharing, as well as coexistence studies in the 6 gigahertz band. Of course, in collaboration with Communication Authority of Kenya, Dynamic Spectrum Alliance, Strathmore University, and now Afralty is also getting plugged into this initiative. So why, or whatever we do, why do we exist? I just thought maybe I should conclude with this slide. You've heard about this the last 2 days, maybe you've been here. So really, we all exist to support the government's agenda, and you know that is the government's agenda. So to whatever extent, we will just make a contribution. So who is going to finance this agenda of the government? We believe Universal Service Fund has a key role because already it's a fund. We also think development partners can collaborate and strategically contribute, as well as the government itself. As you know, the government has prioritized those 4 sectors: agriculture, health, MSMEs, and finance. But I think the 5th one is, this is the first government to have ever prioritized the digital agenda, so in form of the digital superhighway. So I'll end there, and thank you for your attention. I'm sure there are no questions, so unless there is any, Leonard, but I would, luckily I have very able and strong minds in the room. The engineers behind this work, Leonard is here. I saw Barack in the room. Where's Barack? Yeah, Alphonse is also here, so I think I can take the most difficult ones. I'll pass them over. No, okay. There's a hand up there. Thank you. And Michael is also there. Michael, yeah.
Right, just a simple question. We are also implementing public Wi-Fi. So I just wanted to know, is it achieving its purpose here in Kenya? And what security measures are there to avoid vandalism and abuse? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Public Wi-Fi, security, safety, achieving its purpose. I think I should make my threat drill. The gentleman who is very conversant with the way the public Wi-Fi is working and how the government wants to sustain it around our community networks model is Barak. Please pass that mic to Barak to just
Barak, where
pick
are you?
that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I would say that right now public Wi-Fi is beneficial and it is mostly secure. Prior to 2019, 2020, or these activities we are having, I think there were some pilots or use cases done by through the support of organizations like Meta, which was called Facebook then. But I think now that it has become a core issue, especially on the government's agenda, we are seeing quite some demand on it. Actually, the first thing people ask when they get into a room is there Wi-Fi? Yeah, even if you go to a hotel, they say the first thing people ask for is Wi-Fi. So we've seen that because we've done deployments as a community network, and we've seen that there's a lot of demand for it. I was just, I think, discussing with Mr. Kaindi over lunchtime. The difference between the urban centers and the rural areas is that we have to create a use case. And when we are creating the use case as community networks, we have to talk about security, because the moment people start using internet, other things come along. But I will say that the pickup is really good. I think in most of the markets, statistics that ICTA is sharing, statistics that we are seeing as community networks, there's a lot of demand. And as a community network, we've actually seen that most people who get a fixed link in their homes, they have their first test through a public hotspot. And the next thing they'll tell you, I want to watch Supersport at home. Can I get this thing at home? What arrangement can you make for me? Yeah, so I would say that that's well taken care of. Then on the infrastructure as well, when we are monitoring, of course we are using public internet protocol addresses. If your public IP is being used for malicious purposes or illegal purposes, most likely you'll be flagged by the upstream service provider and you'll be shut down. So that takes into consideration the security issues on the pipeline, because you'll be shut down, and if you call your upstream provider, they'll tell you we've shut you down because we can see malicious activities on your pipe. So now you have to tell the end users that those who are using this for criminal activities, you will make sure you will contribute to the whole community not having internet. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Barak, for that. Yeah, so we have a lot of skepticism around the role of public access to public Wi-Fi or internet, but there's also a lot of optimism. If you work very closely with the likes of Barak, community networks, I think during COVID, we supported some public Wi-Fi hotspots in an informal settlement here in Nairobi, Mathare and Kibera. And if Kiktanet would have been in the room, Kenya ICT Action Network, they would have also shared the experience. But overall, we are looking at the public Wi-Fi hotspots as an opportunity to introduce our people to the internet, appreciating all those risks that come with it. And I think as partners working with government, we are prepared to support where we can to make sure that the solution is sustainable. Thank you. Another hand at the center there.
Okay, thank you very much. I heard you mentioning AI, artificial intelligence. Is there plans to educate or rather train guys on this particular technology? Because it's one of the technologies that is upcoming really fast, and people can be really, overly cynical about it in terms of safety, in terms of, taking up their jobs. Nobody wants to participate in their professional demise. So is there a plan to train men and women on this particular technology? Of course, alongside with big data, that line.
Thank you. I mean, I just added it on my presentation. I didn't know that it will put me on the spot. But what I wanted to mention is that, yeah, it's a big issue. And I think it's already public information that the UK government will be hosting the first ever Artificial Intelligence Safety Summit in November 1st and 2nd. And several states have been invited. I think over 28 or 30 nations, Kenya included, have been invited to go and deliberate on that topic. And I think the forum, the summit, will come out with very clear communique and positions that each of these governments are going to take. I will not preempt because I wasn't asked to speak about it, but Kenya will be participating. So maybe through the ministry, we can be able to make our voice heard. Most likely the cabinet secretary might agree and accept the invite and attend, and therefore he will take Kenya's position there. Thank you. There's another, I wasn't expecting a question, Mike, but it's okay. Yeah.
It's not a question, Charles. Just to
okay, thank you.
Add on to what you said,
Thank you.
Respond to the question around, are we going to train people on AI? But to say that UK DAP is supporting the ICTA on the development of the digital skills curriculum, which it intends to train the citizen. And that curriculum is still in the development stages, but has quite detailed courses, including AI, big data, and some of the emerging technologies. So I think to that extent of UK DAP supporting the development of the curriculum, which then it will translate into training the public on AI, I think we are kind of indirectly maybe supporting that.
Thank you, Mike. Yeah, I had forgotten about that angle from the curriculum perspective. Okay. Thank you very much.
Let's appreciate Charles. Thank you. It's long since I saw someone deliberately make an attempt not to have many questions asked, but he actually got so many questions. Charles, you can't gag us. We are here. Well, it's amazing. It's interesting. I'm very happy to see you, and I hope you're ready and learning something, right? And because you've just had lunch, please give me a minute. Just stretch a bit. Please just wake up a bit. Stretch a bit so that. All right. I want you to do something known as concentration game. And the concentration game is like this. If you hear me mention letter M somewhere in a word, go right. And when I don't mention letter M, go left. This is the time that you'll start seeing something. You wait and see. So let me start. I said me. People forgot. Let me start. Okay. Okay. Me, myself, I am making sure mass move about in motion. I have seen Henry is just doing like this. All right. Me, myself, and I making sure mass move about in motion. Clap for yourself. You guys are good. All right. So now that you have very good attention, our next speaker is someone whose works I've read a lot around the area of dynamic spectrum. I've read about TV white spaces, and he's actually a regulator and a researcher, currently a PhD researcher at the University of Strathclyde, and a very robust participant so far, and someone we truly like as a sector. So help me in a very special way appreciate and invite Dennis Sonoya from the CA. Please appreciate Dennis Sonoya.
Good afternoon, everyone. Of course, without delay, technical challenges. We've just ran into some technical, so Chacha is helping us display the presentation. As he's doing that, I wish to welcome you all to this afternoon session, thanking the previous speaker, Charles, for his inglorious remarks about the role of the regulator and why he wants us out of the room. So Dennis Sonoya is my name. When I joined CA 2013, I had a 1-month stint or training session at Afalti, these very grounds. You realize that CA owns these grounds. The main office is 100 meters to your right or to your left. And CA is very much part of the Afalti Governing Council and Afalti community. And we really appreciate the great work around capacity building that Afalti has been doing. And this marks possibly the largest, for the first time a major conference has been self-convened by Afalti at these grounds for the role of Kenya Fibre Data Summit, discussing OFDS, discussing other opportunities that are complementary to the state of play in the ICT sector in Kenya. And my role this afternoon is to give a short presentation about the opportunity for harmonization of spectrum sharing across Africa, maybe touching on the experiences from Kenya, what we have done in the last 3 years, what we aim to achieve in the coming periods, and how best this can be adopted by our members of the Afalti community who have also joined us from the warm heart of Africa, from South Sudan, and from Uganda. Okay, just a moment. It's okay, I'll just be looking at that. It's okay, just put it at, is it supposed to be? Is it the resolution? We lost the connection. It's okay. It's good now. Hmm? Have it at the bottom. This would help. Charles started off by speaking for the government. I don't know if he's qualified to speak for the government. We wish to state authoritatively that government efforts to improve ICT access did not begin this year or last year. Actually, they began a long time ago. What the current government has done is to fast-track implementation of projects that are either stalled or jumpstart projects in partnership with various stakeholders that would immediately alleviate the challenges of low access to ICT services across the country in various subsectors. Under the digital transformation agenda, one of the main objectives is to ensure 100% mobile broadband access by means of population coverage. The statistics around geographic coverage are a bit dire, normally in the low 50% range. And at least for population coverage, we are at 96%. If we get into the details on usage by those population, the statistics are not very pleasant. You find statistics around access to devices, about affordability of those services, and maybe language. Most of the applications provided in the Play Store and the marketplaces are in foreign languages. And if you say you're providing base station and mobile access in a remote area, say Marsabit, which Simon is very passionate about, you realize that how will the people in Marsabit access the Play Store? How will they know to navigate which services if they've never spoken Kiswahili, let alone English? It becomes very complicated when you're trying to solve issues around literacy. And these are efforts, of course, other major stakeholders have been trying to weigh in, but the government has come in strongly on this front, and beyond just having the access aspect considered, the serviceability, usage, and all these challenges are all part of the bundle, and we are working with all stakeholders to ensure that this can be achieved. Through the Universal Service Fund, there have been various efforts, directly or indirectly, around e-learning, broadband for schools, e-justice system, automation of the judiciary, e-commerce platforms and support, e-agriculture, working with CalRO and other agricultural sector players with support of other organizations. We also have the objective to establish ICT innovation hubs, 290 of them, essentially one per constituency, although you realize some constituencies will need more based on population distribution. But for now, that is secondary. The public Wi-Fi issue, at first, maybe not speak for ICTA, but you realize that they already had this in their strategic plan, but the plan has been accelerated to ensure that more of these are deployed as soon as possible. We realize that, as mentioned yesterday, there's the issue of the area boys, so many other issues around public Wi-Fi hotspots in terms of in terms of access to this, the internet is not just a matter of providing the hotspot. There are also sustainability issues. There's the environment issues. There's also aspects of climate change and impact. What happens when these public Wi-Fi hotspots are damaged in a storm or in hostile weather environments? You realize there's something about the tragedy of commons. When you say something is public, forgive me for this example, but say public toilets. How clean are public toilets? So how clean is public Wi-Fi, to use that analogy? You realize that there could be all sorts of opportunity for abuse, violation. I could maybe use this for malicious activities, especially about defamation through social media and so on. You could find that there's a lot of opportunity for, to ensure that cybersecurity is guaranteed as more and more people are brought on board. That was just a moment. So the case for more shared spectrum is the same as the case for spectrum provided through any other means, even if it is licensed spectrum. And I want to zero in on healthcare, because you realize that over time there has been this trend or the discussion in some big forums that healthcare could be accelerated using, say, 5G, for instance. But you realize that at the base level, especially in Africa and even in Kenya in particular, in many of these remote areas, you find that something as simple as medical history, which people may think is taken for granted, you find that a patient, especially in a nomadic community or pastoral community, they have no records of their maybe dental history, maybe family medical history, and so on. So just to ensure that there's an adequate structure for healthcare management information systems, this could be the major component under healthcare. Of course, under agriculture, we know the benefits. Smart cities may sound a bit more futuristic, but Strathmore and Afralty have done previous work on IoTs, and this would be an opportunity for us to make this mainstream. I know there's proposal on development of a framework for IoT deployments, especially to authorize more and more of them in the unlicensed bands, and maybe further extend the reach of our shared spectrum guidelines. Education, this was already well covered during COVID-19. Everyone who thought that the internet was only for entertainment and music was given a rude shock when you realized that you need to educate almost 5 to 10 million people online, and with little or no supporting infrastructure. We also the Zoom malfunctions and etc. So there's a lot of cyber hygiene trainings that can be provided to improve the perception and the usage of all these platforms. Government prioritization on manufacturing and essentially on communications, which I've just mentioned, including public safety and disaster response. We also want to make sure that they are robust systems so that when Africa, which is soon to face a spate of bad weather, will be able to ensure that these does not become commonplace. Thank you. I wish to mention something briefly now that actually I've changed the presentation a bit, because in the morning we started with Josephine and she mentioned about the community networks. And sometimes the public accuses the regulator of developing regulatory policies and not seeing them through implementation. And also Charles has mentioned that one of the major collaborations that we did with them was the development of this framework at the time of the COVID-19 pandemic. So under the community networks framework, it was not just the establishment of the community networks, which was done. There are issues that were tied to that in terms of our medium and long-term plans. And I wish to just quickly go through them to inform the audience on what we have done in this space. And a review of the guidelines on the use of radio frequency spectrum by short-range devices. Specific amendments were made to increase the power limits, EIRP limits for the 2.4 and 5.8 gigahertz bands Wi-Fi. For point-to-point and point-to-multipoint use, this was done in 2021 and published in 2022. The options of lowering the barrier to use of 24 gigahertz and 60 gigahertz bands for teragraph technology, especially. This was done as well in 2022. We also expanded the range of frequencies available for license-exempt use in the 6 gigahertz band. That was in the range of 925 megahertz to 64, 25 megahertz. That was done last year. Concerted efforts through Agenda 1.2 of WRC 23 to ensure that the whole band ranging up to 7125 megahertz is available for Wi-Fi. That is still a very hot topic amongst the African continent, noting especially that at the time in 2019, the introduction of that very agenda item was championed by Africa and was essentially an African common position going to this agenda. So while partially done, that was achieved. The wider objective to ensure the entire band is available has been subject to a lot of studies we've done with various stakeholders and partners from CPT, from across Africa. And for now, it's a wait-and-see approach. Under medium-term objectives, we want to strengthen collaboration with service providers to foster standards and regulatory inclusion. This is being achieved through regular engagement. You've seen discussions we had yesterday with Fiona and with John Orutwa and other sector members, including major network operators. It has been documented. Under shared spectrum objectives, we had commercial availability of geolocation database service provider to be implemented and the required mechanisms to make TVY space available to operators immediately. That was achieved, and I'll show that in the next 2 slides. We also discussed with regional regulators under the IACO umbrella, and now that we have several from the region under AFRALTI, we are expanding this discussion, and we'll have a separate discussion with them on the opportunity for a common approach to geolocation databases for shared spectrum, not just for TVY space. So we, in the process of establishing a regulatory sandbox for innovative approaches, including localized spectrum access for small operators in unassigned LTE bands. The sandbox framework was published for stakeholder consultation in January 2023. We held a stakeholder validation workshop in May of this year, and we're in the process of developing a pilot portal, sort of prototype for launch maybe before the end of this year to begin trials on the sandbox platform and how it would operate for our case. Looking around the world, you find that other countries that have developed these sandboxes, Saudi Arabia, Rwanda, etc., some may have specific challenges that emerge as you go. Of course, regulatory policy is usually very complicated and is usually very static. You realize that it's very complicated. For those who try to make amendments to regulatory frameworks, you realize that regulatory is similar to policing. It's very hard to change policing culture. It's very hard to change an approach, especially in a sector that is already fluid in motion. There are already licensed operators. There are those who want to come in. The incumbents believe that any amendments could be detrimental to their market positions. So all of this is subject for deep consideration and thought. evaluation of the feasibility of local, dynamic, or shared access to IMT spectrum is ongoing. We're in the process of trialing a potential portal for non-public IMT networks. I'll display an interface in a few minutes. Under spectrum fees, we were reviewing spectrum fee framework, recognizing the need for reduced fees for underserved or rural areas. The commitment there for underserved rural we cannot really guarantee that at this moment, but we have a consultant on board supported by LS Telecom of Germany. They began work a month ago, and hopefully will report better news in terms of spectrum fees in the coming years. Of course, there's no guarantee that spectrum fees will be reduced. In fact, it's very complicated, and you realize that there's a reason this study has not happened for 10 years, and we are keeping all options open, but we want to encourage the spirit of stakeholder engagement as much as possible, and this will be felt in the next coming month or so. Implementation of a spectrum fee waiver scheme for non-profit community networks. This was implemented succinctly through the licensing framework, and access to backhaul. This is maybe the only red you are seeing in this entire slides. The only red here is on the reference access offer for the fiber wholesale backhaul markets. This is maybe an area where the regulator may have bitten off more than we could chew, but it's not impossible. It is just running into a bit of a grind with a review of all the regulations related to the ICT sector in Kenya, and this will be really a subject for greater deliberation once the review of the regulations is concluded. Under the Universal Service Fund, it was mentioned this morning that there's a potential establishment of a fund for Community Networks Initiative. Not exactly a standalone fund, it will still be through the Universal Service Fund, but under the USF strategy, 2022-2026, there was the question of establishment of 100 community networks. We are 1 year into the proposed plan. We have established not many community networks, or the fund has not supported any. There's been an issue about a subsidy fund. The Communication Authority USF fund is maybe from inception has been operating in subsidy, under the subsidy model, where you put in, say, as an operator, you would put in 10-20%, then the government would cover around 80-85%. So we've not had a scenario where you are giving away money. So it becomes complicated when you say you want to give away money. I remember, maybe I would just want to briefly out of line and talk about, say, something like Hustler Fund. You would want to maybe, for a case, not to ask you to repay. Like a community network should not be asked to repay, because that creates complications in a way, because you want you to be able to support that network, and any funds that are obtained to be used to improve the network, so that you don't come back for more subsidy in future. You want it to be a one-way street. May not be a lot of money, but of course you also realize that the government cannot donate public money for free. So the community networks that would benefit from this fund must be licensed, so must have a community network and service provider license. They must be legitimate entities. They must be compliant with taxes as applicable, and if you have waivers, that's good. So capacity building and the bottom-up digital skills capacity building initiatives by groups and organizations. We're happy to report that this word bottom-up was well before the political storm happened. So this is a discussion that came up from 2020, and it was included in corporate documents and official documents at the time, and we're very happy that later this language of empowering the underserved and those who are most susceptible to lack of connectivity were had. This is a map we adopted from APC and Mozilla around deployment of TV white spaces or adoption of TV white space regulatory frameworks in Africa. This was from 2022, and slow adoption, relatively slow, because many or different regimes or administrations have different approaches to new technologies. Okay, quality TV white space new is a faux pas, because this was 12 years old, but you find that it's very hard to change a standalone, maybe, and introduce a new technology that maybe is not exactly a unique service, because you have to operate within, you're a squatter, in spectrum squatter in a way. So while there was an effort through the African Telecom Union to develop recommendations on this, we find that few countries have adopted them, or few countries, because sometimes it's complicated to translate conference agenda proceedings into national policy. You have to go through another tedious process. So possibly this could be improved in future. Opportunity for standard power adoption for shared spectrum is also an issue, and need to drive adoption at accelerated time frame. This is a dashboard that was developed for CA by EGA Consult in the room. Victor is at the back. Handiwork here has been very useful in supporting CA in various projects, starting from Access Gap Study 2016, 2021, 22, and various projects around the digital audio broadcasting, digital trunk networks. And what this dashboard was developed just as a metric to help indicate the growth of community networks in Kenya. There could be, of course, later updates I've not incorporated on this display, but we'll have a link shared with members who may want to take a look at this. We also posted EGA's link at the bottom. We've been working very closely with AFRALTI and many organizations to improve this. So community network deployments growing in Kenya. We hope to see the number go to 100. I don't know how soon that will get to 100. I remember asking the question, a goal without a plan is just a dream. So how do we get 50 more community networks in 3 years? Josephine said you can do 100 in a year. I'm not seeing the 100, but maybe we need to have more sensitization, more training on how this can be achieved. An issue for the consideration with the regional regulators is the issue of TV white space deployments. This is a map that shows current TV white space deployments in Kenya, various sections. I've just cropped the table so that I don't disclose private information at the bottom, but the parameters is a live database, and you can see the parameters at the bottom, the users, the serial numbers, the location, the last connection date, spectrum notified to CA, whether it's an indoor-outdoor platform, the device manufacturer, and the logs. So that information is available, and you can clearly see that TV white space is taking traction. So we want to appeal to regulators from the region to consider having a common database platform. Same spirit, now that we started with TV white space as a gateway, we're looking at the potential for having small-scale networks or even private LTE networks or community networks to access previously licensed spectrum. For instance, if you have spectrum that is either unassigned or spectrum that is not in use, or spectrum that is assigned but has laid fallow for many years due to the operator lacking capacity to deploy in particular areas. The United Kingdom had developed a shared access framework a while back, but they were using a manual approach where you would write to Ofcom and they would issue you with a letter saying, okay, you can deploy or you can use this particular channel in this particular area for up to a year, and you would pay a fee around £60 to £80. And we want to make that automated. Actually, this will be the very first automated platform for IMT spectrum sharing in Africa. I'm not 100% sure about the rest of the world, but this outside the CBRS in the US, this would be a landmark intervention for the market to enable operators as low as tier 2. For instance, right now, for access to IMT spectrum, you would need to pay a few $1 million, and essentially you would need a tier 1 license under the Unified Licensing Framework. So such a platform would open up the opportunity for small-scale operators to, say, identify a specific area and determine the spectrum needs in that area, and based on the availability of equipment and spectrum and regulatory approvals, you'd be able to deploy a mini non-public network, which is, say, a private network for industrial use or for community use, etc. There are various issues that would come into this, but we just wish to show this slide to show that there's progress that is being made. We're willing to support and work with every stakeholder in order to make sure this happens. We anticipate there could be some pushback in some quarters, but you have to try. They say you miss all the shots you don't take. Another issue I wanted to speak about is consolidation of research material or even reports. This is just two examples of reports that we've worked together with colleagues in this space in the ICT sector. For instance, one of the papers on the left, we presented at a conference in 2021, and you find that if you go to this link, actually, the publication, the report has been put behind a paywall, and you have to pay $29 to read this report. On the right is a report we also did with other colleagues from various sectors and various universities, and this is publicly accessible on iLab website. So what we were just trying to do with it, together with the team from CA on the left, maybe you could wave, you could see. So these are our team from our research department. And we've worked together to develop a digital repository. It's currently live, repository.ca.go.ke, and we are in the process of consolidating historical regulatory policies and instruments published since inception of Communications Commission of Kenya in 1999. We realize this has been a major gap. For instance, if someone who is new to the sector and is looking for information about what happened in 2003, 2004 with Econet, you don't know where to find that information. So we are busy filing all this information. We are working with stakeholders, make sure as part of our improvement of our library that we ensure that there is information that is accessible, that will be long-lasting, and enable efficient retrieval of foundational documents and institutional knowledge. We invite further deliberations on this, but it's a start, and maybe have more discussions on the same. So overall, the approach to drive shared spectrum adoption across Africa, and this one I'm speaking to my colleagues, Deng, Gabriel, and Henry. This is about advocacy and policy recommendations is the first step. To present policy recommendations to regulatory authorities, emphasizing the benefits of shared spectrum approaches, including 6 GHz bands for Wi-Fi, consideration for private LTE. So together with other stakeholders, maybe we can help regulators to develop the expertise on frameworks for spectrum allocation, licensing, management of various bands to facilitate sharing. This, for instance, is how we achieved the community interest framework, working with APC, Mozilla, Kiktanet, and many other stakeholders. And capacity building and technical assistance. So international cooperation through forums such as one we're having and through others working with experts in the area, in the sector. We can partner with international organizations to share information and best practices at global forums, conferences, and workshops on spectrum management. Under research and analysis, maybe where organizations like Afralti and many other multi-sectoral partners can help in, is conducting more research and analysis on the benefits of spectrum sharing approaches, as well as potential interference issues and mitigation strategies. Then finally, public awareness, conducting awareness campaigns and public outreach activities to inform decision makers, industry players, and the general public about the benefits of spectrum sharing initiatives and how they can impact the lives of all users of ICT services. Ultimately, that brings me to the end of the presentation. I hope it was not too much, but I'm really grateful for this opportunity, and thank you very much for the time you've given me to this presentation. I wish to invite some questions.
I missed the point about the whole. Sorry, can you not take a picture of me while I'm talking to the speaker? I missed the point about the wholesale backhaul rate cards. There was a stop sign next to that. So could you just repeat that for me? And but the other question was really about spectrum sharing and the potential of sort of extending the TV white space geolocation database approach to LTE and extending spectrum sharing through a database-driven approach. We've talked about this before, but the question is the great the enemy of the good in terms of naturally the future is sort of database-driven assignment. It seems natural for that to happen. But it also seems like that was the one big blocker for the adoption of TV white space, in that the solution was a Mercedes when what we needed was a Volkswagen Beetle for in terms of regulation. So can you just comment on that? Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. I'll take it in reverse order, starting from your last question, and wish to state that given the unique situation we found ourselves in, and maybe something Charles had mentioned earlier about the state of trust in the ICT sector, given the large number of unauthorized operators. So if you find out, if at the moment, say we authorize access to 700 megahertz, without a means to ensure to follow up at the start, down the road it will be very complicated. And this is from my regulatory colleagues who have the decision, who have the mandate to make that decision. If you present to them a proposal on non-automated approach, there's a lot of cold in that space. Say, okay, let's see, do some more studies, follow up, let's monitor, let's keep in view. But the real issue is, for our case, it would be easier. I think given that amongst the African countries, our approach to the geolocation database solution has been relatively well adopted. So I'm very much aware of the challenge that faced, and those are part of the issues that have been well documented even in many research papers and many analyses on why this fails, including your very own Africa report on why some of these issues are prevalent across many of the states. It is just, I'm just stealing a regulatory secret here to say, we would end up in a scenario where you've literally let the spectrum cat out of the bag. It would be quite an ordeal to manage, given the regulatory challenges that are well known in terms of capacity. In terms of, at the moment we have 11 monitoring stations across the country, but that may still not be adequate in terms of follow-up and effective monitoring of spectrum utilization. So while that is still on paper, Leonard here, co-researcher, is very much listening to that. But that's why we are conducting a study at the moment. Actually, that database approach is an ongoing study. It's not exactly concluded. So these are an approach that we are considering. When we subject to stakeholders and all stakeholders say, no, we want manual, we'll have to give them Barabbas. You remember the story? Give us Barabbas. And Barabbas will be issued to the stakeholders. And now that will be the approach. Because you can see that we have the track record of trying. At least you'd rather try and fail than not try. Because I see from my previous experience in spectrum management at CA that an automated approach would be more accepted within the regulatory circles than an open. As I mentioned earlier, the regulatory approach is like policing. It's more about control. It's very rigid, and if you look at it as an African issue, not just a Kenyan one, you find that all regulators are about control, and why many of them are under intense pressure to ensure that possibly there's as much control as possible, rather than the other way around. The discussions we had yesterday with Fiona about self-regulation in the fiber space, the code of practice, that will be progressive. But for this one, it's be very complicated. It's not that we're saying it's impossible, but we together with all stakeholders who are present, we'll be able to give it a good push.
I thought the job of the regulator was to encourage competition.
Maybe another regulator. Okay, yes, of course, on a light note, but speechless is the word, speechless. Okay, I've even forgotten the first question. I'm sure it was the red sign, yes. So under this one, the standard reference access offer. So when we went to our competition department on this matter, so this is not in this. It was not in the control of the spectrum department who were leading the project, or the licensing department at the time, and this has been sort of held in abeyance as we wait for. It's an ongoing review. Yesterday, Engineer Obam is chairing a pillar under the review of regulatory frameworks and on this for the ICT sector, and this matter has been put on hold at least till that review is completed. Hopefully within the next 2 months or less. I hope I'm not too optimistic, but we believe that it's not lost. All is not lost. It's just that I didn't want to put an on sign saying that it is ongoing, yet it has stalled in a way. And that's why we are transparent in saying that there's an issue here, and we are waiting for resolution from the powers.
Thank you, Dennis, for your presentation. Could you kindly refer back to the one you had on private networks?
Or this one, don't read too much into it because it's work in progress, but shoot away.
Okay. Of course, currently to get access to MT spectrum, as you said, you have to be a tier 1 license. Do you see a possibility where it could go as low as in the same category like we are looking at the community networks? I'm talking of from the size of the operation to the financial capability. How much do you think will be the cheapest private 5G or 4G license in future?
Actually, at the moment, if you look at our spectrum fee schedule, the lowest unit factor for deployment of a single transceiver in the bands is 40. The unit factor is 43,000. So if we assume if the factor is usually the rate, first rate for the first 10,000 transceivers, the rate is 0.75. So 3/4 of 43,000 would be 35,000 approximate in a year. I would see that as the unit cost of establishing, or in terms of regulatory cost of activating one TRX for industrial use case, localized network. Maybe similar, if you've seen those who have seen the Huawei training center here, if you have just one access point similar to that TRX and you have the equipment to operate that, maybe in an industrial or some kind of closed community, that would be as low as it would get. I would not wish to speculate now of how low it would go, but essentially when we were developing the community networks license, it is fitting within the unified licensing framework as it is now. So essentially any benefit that would be offered to an NFP Tier 3 would also be available for a community network, which is why I've been appealing to community networks to ensure that they have applied for these licenses and are eligible and are recognized as bona fide operators in order to enjoy any of these benefits. For instance, you would not receive a dime from the USF fund if you don't have a license. And this is a song we've sung for some time, and I know these guys have applied and they are in various processes, but it's good to be at an opportunity to take advantage of the funding that may be available for community networks in this space. It is really, I don't know how much to encourage them. I've spoken about this severally to them in various forums. You need to be very aggressive to ensure that when you're asked for compliance documentation, you provide them so that you're a licensee in good standing, should there be that chance to receive funding to establish or improve your network at any point in the country.
Can I? Second thing, with the TV white space database, is it not public? Why did you have to redact some information?
This is the regulatory view, data protection. These are the coordinates for operators, etc. So what would be, not exactly private, it's accessible to the operators who are interested in using this. So the portal, of course, we could have it open, but you wouldn't be able to see anything. It would just be a portal, because if you can't log in, you need to have a license. So if you have a network facilities license or such, then or a community network license, you become eligible and you'll be put in touch with a service provider to ensure that your equipment is connected and configured to the database and is in use.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is online, and his name is Mutembei Karaoke. He is the CEO and co-founder Fastaga Incorporated, Inc. He'll be talking about digital tax and AI. What is the way forward? Mutembei Karaoke is a disruptive thinker, having worked first as an innovator as well as past JZ Senior Advisor on Techpreneurship, where he led a number of services accelerators. He's a past co-founder of Accent Technology, which was working on mobile data, machine learning, among other areas. Then he's an MIT graduate. He holds an MIT graduate certificate. And he also holds a master's in information systems, student information system from Kobe, Japan, and around that time he actually won an Innovator Award for the best student, carrying our flag high. Let's appreciate him. So Mutembei will actually be speaking online. I presume he's here already. Maybe because he's online, it's healthy to clap for him until he hears. Thank you very much.
I hope you can all So you can hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can.
We can hear you.
Okay. Just give me a heads up if everything is okay. And then I can share my screen. Okay, perfect. Thank you. So let me share my screen. Perfect. So thank you very much for the kind introduction. As mentioned, my name is Tembe Karuki, co-founder and CEO of Fastega. We're a machine learning and we're an AI company that builds a lot of machine learning technologies. And we're actually backed by Google for Startups, their AI first accelerator. So many thanks to Google for their support. And we're also backed by a fund out of Switzerland where I'm actually calling from. And I think one of the interesting things is that, of course, whenever you're building any innovation, the first thing you think about is not usually tax. But of course, we're in a world where that is something that we have to think about. And so we've actually been thinking a bit about tax, and especially after the new finance bill came out here in Kenya, this was also something we're thinking about quite a lot, and how the reality is that AI is going to influence every single bit of our lives. So the new digital tax is an interesting phenomenon. However, of course, I think earlier this year, or I think it was last year, the president, His Excellency, did pull back on the digital tax, especially for the multinationals, during the America Chamber of Commerce summit. And so I think that was quite a positive move. But yes, in my presentation, I'm going to generally share what are some of my thoughts about what's happening globally and also locally, and what we could do to continue promoting artificial intelligence, its research and its implementations in Kenya, as well as also for the larger players who are coming into the market. So, in general, whenever today, digital transactions have gained increased value globally, right? So we really need to understand the implications of this digital tax and how it works. So for example, as I mentioned, I'm currently in Switzerland, and in fact, I just found out that actually Amazon doesn't really operate here, just mainly because of the taxes. And so, that means, the population can access Amazon, but they've ended up having some of their own platforms coming up. But then this also limits to, what's going to happen when, you just saw that Amazon just invested into Anthropic, and so, cloud chatbot and other opportunities that cloud might have with Anthropic, how will they be using a country like Switzerland? So that's a question. So generally, I think we all have a bit of an idea of what digital tax is, but it refers to the challenge of effectively taxing businesses operating digitally, even without a physical presence in the countries. It involves adapting tax frameworks to capture the economic value generated by digital transactions. The reality is that, yes, the most valuable companies in the world right now are tech companies. So whether you talk about if it's Microsoft, if it's Apple, if it's Alphabet, they are all creating tremendous value. And of course, governments want to see how they can also, have some of that value when it's being created from citizens of their country using these platforms. So in Kenya, just giving a bit of an overview, right? Kenya introduced the 1.5%, talked about introducing the 1.5% digital tax, and we've been having year on year about 25% growth in the digital transactions in the country. When they're talking about M-Pesa, there's also the increased tax on mobile money transactions there. Recently, with the Finance Act for 2023, you have things such as an introduction of a 3% income earned from transfer of an exchange of these digital assets. So this brings us to have the question right. Today, people are using platforms such as Midjourney or DALL-E and OpenAI. Are we considering those as digital assets? If someone creates a whole book, for example, or content, using OpenAI, are we saying that we're going to tax that as a digital asset? Or, is able to generate a new NFT, using AI, using DALL-E or using minting something new using AI on Midjourney, or creating an entire movie and then putting it up online. There's now withholding tax of 5% for resident persons and 20% for non-resident persons. In terms of those people who create content online. So this is content creators, right? Are we saying that first, you pay the 3% on the income that you've earned from selling a PDF, and then again you'll be charged withholding tax, and then again a lot of AI is being used for sales, promotion, marketing, and advertising services. If I decide to set up a company that is powered by AI, which does sales, promotion, and marketing service, whether it's reaching out to clients, whether it's creating videos for people, right? Am I going to be charged again, withholding tax? So these are a lot of right now the challenges now that have been created by the new taxes that are targeting the digital realm, whether it's for the content creators. We are now unsure of how exactly they'll be impacting us. If I'm employed in that company, the company is paying all these taxes as well as paying income tax. So I'm just going to talk about a comparison with some other countries. So it's not unique to Kenya. Other countries are also trying to, see how they can also derive some revenue from this. So you have France, you have India. France, they've implemented a 3% digital services tax, right? Which generated about, $500 million. Is expected to be generating for them €500 million annually. Right? And they're mainly targeting the tech giants that are operating in their countries. Now, the other thing is there's India's equalization levy, right, which is about 2% and applies to businesses with India sources of revenue that are exceeding $250,000, right? Unless that e-commerce or supplier service is located in the country, right? And then they also have a 6% equalization levy on advertising services, right? So this is, charging people like Google or Facebook for the advertisement services that they have, right? Is this limiting growth, or is it, just getting a bit of revenues from these big companies? And a lot of these big companies are AI companies right now. They're using AI to do all this. We talk about the UK. They were targeting a 2% the digital service tax. You're talking about Indonesia, a VAT approach where they're doing value-added tax on e-commerce transactions and trying to get access to that money. And so they're projecting that it will get them about 50 billion by 2025. So you can see on the side of the government, of course, it's going to get them some good money. But then again, is it going to limit the access of AI to these countries? Because literally all these things now that are happening on e-commerce are now going to be driven by machine learning and AI algorithms. So what is the impact overall of AI, of this policy, digital tax policies on AI? Well, the thing is, it's said there's a PwC report that says that AI could add up to $15 trillion to the global economy by 2030, right? This is about 6.6 trillion is likely to come from increased productivity, and 9.1 trillion is likely to come from the consumer side effects, right? So this is what people are going to be able to get access to at a much more efficient level. So taxes, we've been talking about governments wanting to get some of the tax from these companies and get some of that money. And I suppose if that is discouraged, then we stand a risk of actually not being able to derive this 15 trillion in addition to the global economy because of these tax regimes, right? And so some of the implications are, job and market and skill development, right? The negative impact could be that major companies reduce their presence or growth rate in a country due to the digital taxes. So this is one side that I say that it was very good that His Excellency, the President, actually, decided to, let go of the digital tax, especially to multinationals. And now you can see Amazon setting up in Kenya and others. So I think that was quite a positive move. Although it could be argued that, some of the revenues that we were not able to get from the tax could have been used for education. But now I think actually the fact that AWS is coming to set up in Kenya, the incentive is that they will also train young people on the continent. Google, as they're in the country, will also train young people. Microsoft, the same. So I think the policy of the Kenyan government is positive in that direction in terms of the reducing that particular tax and scrapping that particular tax. However, of course, the additional tax on digital content creators, and most of them are going to start using AI today to build what they're building. That might end up becoming a bit of a double-edged sword because creatives and people are not going to be using the tools by these companies. So then, other implications, right? Investment in AI research and development, right? Higher taxes, could, people trying to generate content and sell content from this could reduce the amount of research that they're doing as local entities in investing in building AI. So for example, for us as a company, trying to build AI, getting access to data, the compute is really expensive. And then we're looking, of course, to make commercial viability for that, right? So all the work we're doing, researching and building, if we are not able to, offer our service such as, advertising service for businesses using that AI, and then we are charged extra besides corporate tax, and we are charged extra taxes. Does that mean that will also limit our growth? That's a question. Kenya needs to attract more AI startups globally. We need OpenAI. I would say that it would be Google or Anthropic or any other company to actually, or Cohere or Meta themselves to actually set up AI in Kenya, and also more startups to be funded. But again, is a challenge. Do we just focus on the taxes to these companies, or do we invest in them to let them grow? Again, as I mentioned, availability of AI services might go down, right? If a lot of the marketing tools that are actually being used today, whether you talk about Canva or all these platforms, you're creating your copy, right, for an advertisement. You're creating your, there's platforms right now where you can use prompts to generate entire advertisements. So if you're creative and you're using that, are we saying that we're going to tax you for that content that you've created and the money that you're going to make by it being put out there on platforms? There's a bit of a gray area in understanding these taxes at the moment, right? So we are limiting people's jobs. Again, how is our competitiveness as Kenya going to look like? How is the data sovereignty and localization going to look like? Yeah, so to avoid, digital taxes, company might restrict certain AI services and not introduce them in particular countries. So this, on one side, this is not going to hit Kenya so much because we removed the digital tax on multinational entities. But then now, if they are not being able to make money off of the people who will be using this content, these tools in country like in Kenya, what does that mean for us, right? We might end up having to put more money in setting up local data centers, which is good. So that's a positive effect that could come out of this. And eventually, public perception and trust, right? If we start imposing a lot of taxes on AI companies, what will that do to spaces such as healthcare, infrastructure, education, which can benefit a lot from this? So does this mean if you're creating content generated by AI? So for example, there's a company like Synestia, which you can create your own digital avatars and train it to be a teacher and teach a particular course. Are we saying that we're going to tax you additionally for having created content? And is that going to encourage people from using AI or discourage people from using AI? Are we going to be trusting the government on that side to be promoting innovation? So I think it's also a good thing that the president also recently asked for the setup of an AI a task force to actually focus on coming up with AI legislation. But my sense is that it's out of the fear of what AI could do, because we seem to be following the narrative by a lot of doomsdayers in the West. There's definitely the potential of AI to negatively impact society. But if we're thinking about Africa, we have a lot of other problems that AI could help us solve, whether it's climate change issues, whether it's healthcare access issues, whether it's education issues. So we should actually be giving tax breaks and incentives for any company that is planning on working on AI, right? I think that is something really we should be focusing on creating our own local capacity for AI. So the challenges I see ahead is, of course, right now, there are about 138 countries that have agreed to the OECD G20 inclusive framework on base erosion and profit shifting. So this is what a lot of countries came together and agreed on, that, okay, there's been countries that are, playing the tax haven game. And so a lot of companies are going and domiciling themselves in those entities and not paying their fair share of tax in other countries. That is definitely a challenge. However, I think that there is a way that we can actually create incentives so that we can, Kenya should actually become a leader in building AI solutions globally. One is that we have the capacity to actually have a lot of clean energy. So you can use geothermal for our clean data centers where models can run, and we can put GPUs and a lot of high compute servers, and be able to actually invite companies to actually come and set up in Kenya to do AI, and we can actually give them some tax incentives to do that. So I think instead of being fearful about what AI can do, we should actually create opportunities for when people use AI, they are not as what shall I say, that they are not as penalized. So for example, I was talking to a couple of young people, students of STEM out of University of Nairobi. They're all belonging to Rotaract. And one of the things is that a number of them are content creators, photographers, movie editors, copywriters. And they've been able to do more jobs than before because they're now using AI to edit and to work on their image, on their photos and clips. And so if we start making it that whenever they create content, they are taxed more, then this reduces their income. And so I think we should actually be encouraging the use of AI and not taxing the outcomes of that AI in terms of some of this, withholding tax and VAT that we are actually thinking about putting. So way forward, of course, the president did mention that we're going to work closer with the OECD and the standards that they're coming up with for digital taxation. And AI is being used in everything today, right? When you're talking about, you can see this image right now, of course, when you look at it, the first thing you think about is e-commerce, right? AI is being used to prevent fraud detection, to do so many things. Everyone here probably has had a situation where a fraudster tried to steal money from their M-Pesa, right? AI is actually should be used for, catching such individuals. But if we start, really taxing the output of these models with some of the withholding taxes that we're coming up with, it might lead to less people trying to innovate in this particular space, while we should actually be promoting for more startups and more companies to start working on AI. So I think one of the most important things is to find a way to really harmonize I know initially for the content creators who are using platforms like Meta and TikTok and the rest, and there's a lot of AI being used in there. We need to fine-tune the tax policies that we have, so there's some sort of harmony that I know they reduced from 15% to 5% for locals for the withholding tax for content creation. But I think more can be done so that there's not a lot of confusion anymore about whether you're still going to be paying income tax as the company that is making use of AI for a lot of their digital content, and there needs to be more harmony that's created there. The general takeaways is that, yes, of course, governments need to figure out a way where they're actually able to benefit from the increased value that AI is bringing. Like I mentioned before, everyone here who's used Google Maps, right? Whether it's in Kenya we call them your Nduthi person, or or you've called them on an app or otherwise, they've used Google Maps to get to you. They've used AI, right? So if we start, focusing too much on taxing the output of these technologies, it leads to a bit of a gray area. But of course, the companies that are making money off of these technologies, of course, they need to get them to pay the fair share from the benefit they're deriving from the services that they've given to people, right? So that we can build out, as we said, education and other programs. But it needs to be in a balanced way, so that now that, as we can see, when the president at the American Chamber of Commerce Summit was able to scrap the digital tax, we had Amazon coming in. But then there needs to be more done, because a lot of this AI is the one that is helping people to generate content and such. So we need to encourage a lot of the use of this AI. So punitive sort of withholding taxes, such as the ones we have, we should consider them and have a balance, so that the international company that's coming in, if they are paying they have the withholding tax which has been removed for them, we should also think about the young people who are generating content and give them a bit of a break, tax break, so that to encourage them to actually use this AI to improve their lives and find jobs for themselves. So my general takeaway is that AI is here with us. Your Nduthi person is using it. Your content creator is using it. The photos you're going to take probably of this event and post them, there's a lot of AI being used there. There are, ChatGPT, all these platforms, Anthropic, Google Bard. What we generate from them in terms of the digital content, we should have a balanced way of seeing, how to tax that and how to reduce the tax, especially the withholding taxes. I think those are a bit punitive and are actually distracting people from actually using AI to generate more content, rather than promoting people to create more content. Whether it's books, whether it's digital art, there are new economy, digital assets that can be created, and we'll end up getting more economic value from commerce that is generated through that, and the normal taxes that should continue from that, rather than trying to tax them. So it's
Mutembe, you done? All right. Is there any question to Mutembe Karaoke? All right, there's one question to Mutembe Karaoke coming from my friend Henry from Uganda.
Thank you, Simon. Hello. Okay, so now fine. Thank you, Simon, and thank you, Mtembe, for that wonderful presentation. Insights in digital tax. I was actually, all I've always contemplated or thought about how our economies can benefit from those AI and digital platforms that are generating a lot of revenue from our economies. Referring to your recommendations, I would say, of giving tax holidays, for example, for AI producers in our countries, and probably you used a good approach of balancing, but let's say you're looking at more of which you've been advocating for reducing all exempting taxes on the digital platforms. One, there's research that has indicated, especially in economies that are not, I would say in communities or countries where the public is not well digitized, that AI is going to create more unemployment than employment. So as a result, if that is the case, because if you look at scenarios, I'll give an example. When you have e-doctors or medical services, one, you will find that most of the patients will not have to travel to the clinics, hospitals. So the taxman is out, the tax, the driver, people probably referring that. Fuel is not consumed. And a lot of services in between are actually excluded, whereas the service has been brought closer. So that means the government now has to come up with certain initiatives to be able to now compensate for those people or the community that have been denied employment. So I would think then in this case, it would be only fair that the category that are benefiting from AI should, as they benefit, pay a fair portion, I would say, of taxes to be able to need to compensate for the gaps created by that. So I really want you to probably elaborate further on your views on that approach.
Thank you very much for the question. And actually, I'm really inspired by what is happening in Uganda. So if you look at Makerere, a lot of the really research on, local languages, capabilities of AI has been done out of Makerere. So it's really commendable what is happening in Uganda. And I think, to your question of some of the fears about, the research that's coming out, because, sometimes you can say anything using statistics, right? And it is similar to the fears that were created, in the 70s, 80s, 90s when it came to PCs, right? That, they would lead to, such mass employment, and that, if you look at some of the research that was coming out then, they were saying that, oh, we're going to be finished. But, I would assume that your laptop there has actually created quite a lot of opportunities for you to actually do more work. Yes. And so I would say that, we are not very sure. Like in the future, I think the way I look at AI is that it augments humans' potentials. For example, that farmer in the farm, if, you can be able to have a local language in the local language in Uganda, where you can have the farmer being able to talk to interactive voice, response agent, and giving him or her all the information they have in the local language, so that they can become more productive on the farm, right? That is actually increasing their ability to work on the farm, right? And I think a lot of the technologies, when we look at AI in the context of the West, is when it becomes a bit scary, right? When, they have a lot of white collar people who are actually the ones who are going to be most impacted. In Africa, as you say, the reality is that we are actually not that digitized. So in fact, AI can actually help us even, speed up the digitization here in terms of, access to education, right? We actually don't have enough teachers for our population. Uganda again is on top of the world in terms of fertility rates, and you have a lot of food. You're able to actually sustain the population that is growing there. So AI can actually augment, in terms of in the education sector, right? Helping the teachers to manage, classes of 100 plus students with more personalized teaching. And these same young people can actually be the ones to come up with innovations using AI, right? So I think the way I look at it is like they are definitely the challenges that are to come in terms of upskilling people and getting people to be more digitized. But I think there's immense opportunity, especially for sustainable development. If we follow sustainable and responsible AI practices, we have a lot of opportunities in Africa. I think, in fact, right now, if you look at it, most of these publications that are coming out, right, they're very, US, Europe, Asia focused. Yeah, we actually need to do a lot more research of our own about how AI is going to impact us and how we can build our own AI, which is useful for us. I think that is really, really essential, because if you look at a lot of the entities that are doing a lot of research, it's usually from outside the continent. So we actually need to take up the responsibility and do this for ourselves, right? Whether it's going to be, think about it, you mentioned the taxis, right? The reality is that it's machine learning and AI that has enabled a lot more people to enter the taxi business, right? If it's even for the ambulance, to call an ambulance, you talk about Uber, you talk about the borders. More borders are able to do their job now because they can find new places. Before it was one person who knows how to get people to a certain place, but now more people can actually get into the motorcycle taxi space and actually be able to deliver people and follow them up. And that's also AI that has been used for that. So I think I'm quite positive about what the future can be in terms of, you have now all these people who are able to use the tools. Like I mentioned before, the young person who I was talking to who takes photographs, who creates some content, right? Now they're able to edit what it took them, once they take the wedding photographs or they take the event photographs, it used to take them a whole day or 2 days just to edit things and send it back to the videos and everything to the now it takes them a few minutes, using AI tools, and now they can do more orders for more clients. They weren't able to make as much money because not everybody will have the specific knowledge of using the AI tools. So, that person who does is actually able to do more work. We have more work for our young people. They can make more more capital. So there's definitely the fears of what can happen, but we actually also don't know the kind of new jobs which are going to come up. So there's prompt engineers who are going to come up, right? And we know that our young people are extremely smart and able to get new technology quite fast. And I can see that happens a lot in Uganda. If you look at even when you're talking about the research that's coming out of Makerere, whether it's in natural language processing and other spaces, for example, today's self-driving car, cannot drive on African roads because of the differences that we have in science, in things. But now, if students at Makerere are the ones to actually to build that, then they can actually, the company that comes up with that can get that benefit and pay its fair share of taxes, right? The normal corporate taxes to the Ugandan economy and the African economy. So I think there's a lot of opportunity. Definitely, there are risks such as some jobs needing to shift. But I think there's a lot of opportunities. If we can actually get to more people who have been sick and treat them, I think that's a good thing. And that means we have other specialists who are there to take care. Because, for example, if you look at the data right now, is that the jobs that are actually going to continue growing are doctors' assistants, nurses, right? So that means even when that AI is able to identify someone has a problem, you still need a doctor who can take care of them. And now because we'll be increasing the reach of medical services, we actually need more nurses and more medical practitioners who are actually able to handle all those cases that are identified by the AI. So I think there's a lot of opportunity.
Well, allow me to get it here because we have the next session. But I've had something very powerful, that AI actually augments human potential. That's very powerful, Mutembe. Number two, that actually AI can accelerate African digitalization. And this is very powerful. So, and he's done a very good job rethinking and actually allaying fears that potentially people could have on AI. So because of this and because of the next session, allow me to really request with profound humility that you actually appreciate Mutembe in very passionate way, because he's done a very good job. Thank you, Mutembe. Thank you for carrying Kenya's flag, Africa's flag. Thank you very much. We are very proud of you. I hope you can see us waving at you, bro. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The next speaker really needs my assurance that your sugar levels will not be down. I hope you guys your sugar level is actually okay. But for me to be really sure, please be upstanding. Just 30 seconds, something for an exercise. I want to assure Catherine that you guys are ready for this very last portion of this, this conversation. And what I want to do is to actually stretch a bit. And do as I say. Just try and do this so that you increase your energy. All right. So, as this, I turn right, then you repeat. I turn right, I turn left, I move around, I tingiza. Tingiza is shake. Yes, exactly. So let's see. Let's do it. I move right, I move left, I turn around, I tingiza. Let's do it pretty fast. I move right, I move left, I turn around, I tingiza. Very well done. Appreciate yourself. Thank you very much. The next session is going to be a very good discussion because we're going to be discussing enabling a friendly and coherent digital tax system. And the moderator for the session is going to be Catherine Guya, who is a technology lawyer and proprietor, Guya Associates. She is a tech-savvy lawyer and compliance specialist. She has a robust profile in cybersecurity, IT, project management, tech legal and regulatory compliance, tech dispute resolution, among many other areas. So help me appreciate in a very special way our moderator, Catherine Guya. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You may prefer to use whichever gadget.
That's fine. Thank you. Actually, it's Caroline Guya.
Did I say? What did I say?
I forgive you for saying Catherine.
Oh dear.
Good evening, everybody. I know the day has gone quite a while and we are gearing towards the end. But let's give it one last round. And I understand the implication of digital tax, especially on innovation. Thank you to a preceding speaker who has actually laid a framework that will guide us through this session. On my panel today, we have distinguished speakers. I will request that if they are in, kindly just step forward or join us on the podium. So our first speaker is, our first panelist is Peter Kaburia from Kenya Revenue Authority. Mr. Peter Kaburia. Is Mr. Peter Kaburia in? Okay. We have Mbugwanji here, Safari Express. Is Mbugwanji here? Do we have Fidelis Mu here from Kenya Bankers Association? Thank you, sir. I was beginning to lose hope, but we have Mr. Simon Ruto, Group Head of Forensics, Britam. Is Mr. Simon Ruto today in? Okay. In the alternative, I think we had Mr. Charles Musyoka. Please, thank you, Mr. Charles. So Mr. Charles was coming in the place of Mr. Kimotho, yes? Thank you. So Mr. Charles, I'm not certain about the title, but we'll hear from him directly from the Deloitte Group. So thank you for your kind attention, and let us indulge in an interactive session. Thank you. Can I have a mic, kindly? Thank you. So I'm expressing my disappointment with the absence of KRA because as a regulator, this would be a very good platform to just maybe give us a more informative background. So either way, we must continue. So maybe we can understand from our panelists, Mr. Musyoka, would you be able to describe to us how digital platforms services can be appropriately be taxed to ensure a level playing field with traditional business? What has been your experience?
Okay, thanks a lot, everyone. So let me start by saying hi to the team that is here today. So my name is Charles Musyoka. I come from Deloitte & Touche, the tax department, and I'm really happy to be here. I hope you'll pick a few things from the panel discussion today. I will try and keep it very simple so that it doesn't become complicated for any of you. So I think Mr. Mutembei, created a very good foundation for the discussion that we're having, especially from a tax point of view. So if you're looking at the taxation of the digital space in Kenya, we've already made quite a bit of steps. So going back a few years, so sometime in 2010, we created some regulations in respect of the Income Tax Act and the Value Added Tax Act as well, which regulations were to help us set up a digital taxes regime. So what we currently have is a digital service tax, which is applicable at 1.5%. Specifically, this one is an income tax, and how it's expected to work is that non-resident persons who provide digital services through digital platforms are expected to self-charge. So you basically from out there, wherever they are, they charge themselves 1.5% and they remit that to the Kenya Revenue Authority. So to help non-residents then comply, what they did is that they created a simplified VAT registration as well as income tax registration platform where non-residents can actually register and then account for taxes. And this has been working since 2021. So that specifically applies to non-resident persons. For resident persons who would be providing similar services, the expectation is that they would still be within the normal tax regime. So you would be expected to do a self-assessment and account for your income tax, as well as where you meet the VAT registration requirements. You're also supposed to then register for VAT and account for taxes on that. So in terms of trying to level the ground, what has been there previously is a situation where, prior to 2020, you would say, this particular sector was taxed locally, but a lot of the non-resident providers of similar services who are earning an income from Kenya were not actually accounting for taxes on their revenue that is earned here. So it's been leveled in a way. I mean, there is still some bit of way to go, but at least we're getting something from the non-resident providers of digital services, so that then equals it a bit with what is happening locally, where we would be expected to also account for taxes. So I'll let it rest there. Moderator?
That's fine. Mr. Muya, in your experience in the finance sector, when we talk about digital systems, how would you, in your opinion, describe how digital systems can be designed to adopt rapid changes in the technology business model?
Wow, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's very interesting you raised that question because everybody, if you look at the economy, is digitizing their services. And we earlier heard about the government looking to tax digital services. And that is because there's this perception that if you move your services to a digital environment, then the previous taxes you were paying before you moved to the digital environment essentially are lost. So the government is looking to recover whatever losses they considered having lost because you migrated to an electronic platform. My colleague from Uganda mentioned opportunity costs that are then lost because you have digitized services and you are denying the economy other services that would have been essentially enjoyed before you digitized. So we are looking at, for example, if I use the banking and financial sector services, we digitize a lot of things. Nowadays, people don't move money physically. So a lot of money has actually been digitized to the point where most services in the banking economy are basically digital. So if the government was to say those who are not going to be taxed, then you can see the kind of loss in revenues. So I think the driver for digitizing in a technologically environment is for government to basically tax the opportunities that are being created there. There's a need to balance because sometimes if you tax a nascent technology, you probably end up killing the technology because some of these taxes are actually driving policy decisions. So for example, if we go historically, when the mobile money took off and M-Pesa became a very, very big player in the payments industry, then the government looked at that as a revenue opportunity to tax. Now, in doing so, there are certain levels of taxation they introduced that then discourage certain sectors of the economy from actually adopting mobile money. So then again, you have a problem because then those economic activities are lost. So there's a fine balance to look at in terms of technology and taxation
and what you tax and at what level you tax. For us in the banking and financial sector, technology is a must. Nobody can now do financial services without leveraging on technology. Now that it is already established, I think the government is able to look at ways they can tax without necessarily killing the whole goose that lays the golden egg, so to speak.
Very well. It lays down the conversation of the need to strike a balance between regulation in terms of digital taxation and innovation, promoting innovation. Taking us to that, Mr. Musyoka, would you, in your opinion, have maybe your view on the distinction in taxation of local and international digital service providers? And how does this affect initiatives on connectivity and digital innovation? I know you in your previous opinions or wording, you have alluded to resident tax and non-residential tax. So maybe you can just tell us how this distinction affects the initiative on connectivity and digital innovation in your experience.
Yeah, thanks a lot for that. So I think if you're looking at it from maybe from a non-resident perspective, because this is a specific sector where we have quite a number of non-resident entities trying to set up in Kenya. And one of the reasons, of course, is because perhaps from out there, they are more advanced than ourselves. It then creates some sort of imbalance, because I think from where we sit, we still need to get a lot of that infrastructure and connectivity and perhaps some of the digital tools from outside there. So just to then bring connectivity into the country, there is definitely need to work hand in hand with the non-resident providers and entities who would be playing in this space. So in terms of taxation, then of course the main interest is to ensure that we incentivize entities that are non-resident to then come into the country and assist us with the connectivity and things like that. But also looking at it, tax incentives should not then be some sort of discrimination in terms of Kenyan entities getting taxed in a certain way, and then leaving out or giving incentives that are, then avoiding tax for non-resident entities. So that's why if you're looking at the infrastructure, from a legal point of view, and the exercise that has gone into ensuring that we tax the digital space, it's more aimed at ensuring there is a fair playing field, and just to ensure that, even as we try and work with those who are outside just for purposes of capacity building and, progressing our digital economy, there is also a need to ensure that they are contributing in a way to the exchequer. I guess just around it, it's also important to appreciate that there is quite a lot of effort that is going into ensuring that the taxation of the digital space is evened, and this is something I think Bwana Mutembe alluded to when he referred to the OECD framework that is currently working to ensure that we have a fair playing field across board. So the idea is we recognize, the need to have connectivity, especially coming from outside, and the support and the increased capacity and skill set from out there, but at the same time to ensure that it evenly or in a way balances out with established entities in Kenya in terms of the taxes that they would be paying.
Very well. What comes out is clearly collaboration and the need to balance. Now, I have just one more specific question to Mr. Muya. In your initiatives as Kenya Bankers Association, have you at some point spoken as one voice from an industry perspective to maybe come up with proposals on what you may have identified on how digital platforms and services may appropriately be taxed to ensure a level playing field with traditional business? have there been any specific proposals or initiatives being forward as a Kenya Bankers Association?
We have not done specific proposals, primarily because of two major things. If you look at working online, it's very, very difficult to say you are going to create a level playing field. Because, for example, biggest employers for university students in Kenya today is not actually the businesses in Kenya. Most of them are actually working online. They are doing a lot of online jobs, and they are working for companies who are not even in Kenya. So if we are to say we want a level playing field, what would be a level playing field look like in that situation? We really need to look at the whole big picture. The traditional way of taxing people who work in a country is fast disappearing because borders are becoming non-existent in terms of working technologically. You can work from anywhere. I can consult. I can actually work from my house. I don't have to go to an office. And so enforcing whatever mechanism you put in place is going to be another challenge because it depends on the personal integrity of somebody to declare their income. The KRA may not be able to identify all the avenues of opportunities for me to make money. If I make, they'll depend on me to self-declare. Some of it they might even not see. Kenya is a very big economy in terms of the ecosystem for financial technologies, fintechs. We have a lot of fintech startup ecosystems. Now, that is both a blessing and sort of a curse because you'll getting a lot of investors coming in to invest in the ecosystem. So we have a very big ecosystem of foreign investors coming here. And all of them are asking for incentives to come and invest here. But the moment the investment starts paying off, Kenya has no way of controlling that. So for example, if you are thinking of coming to invent a company here that does something that is virtual, yes, you'll give him the incentive, he'll make the necessary investment here, develop the appropriate product, and then export it outside Kenya. So now, if you have no way of getting him to pay taxes because he's now moved offshore, then you gave him an incentive for nothing because you didn't benefit from the investment that he did because the real taxation kicks in when the investment starts paying off. So we really have to look at ways, and those international frameworks like the OECD frameworks would hopefully give us an idea of how we can develop some sort of, shall I say, not really level playing field, but some framework within which you can get some level of compensation for whatever it is you want to do, because really you cannot pin it to say it's level. It can't be level.
Very well. So from industry perspective, I know since the introduction of DST, the Finance Act 2020, this is an open question. Would you say that since then there have been mechanisms in place for such regular reviews and updates to the digital tax framework?
Well, so I think there are two things to it. One, so we have what we call a simplified compliance or registration framework, which is basically a framework that is web-based, where without too many requirements, then people who would be eligible or liable to pay digital service tax can register. And once they register, then from wherever they are, be it in the UK or in the US, they can still account for taxes, right? So in that regard, then, obviously there is some bit of movement, and I think we must have seen some communication coming out from the Kenya Revenue Authority as to how much they've been able to collect from a digital service tax perspective and perhaps a VAT perspective when you're looking at digital supplies. So there is that, and that is working. I can confirm authoritatively because that is what we'd be dealing with from day to day, especially working together with the Kenya Revenue Authority. But what we haven't seen happen properly is the review process where you're saying then, can we ascertain that these non-resident persons are paying their fair share of taxes? So it's still perhaps at the earlier stages, because I think it takes a bit of time for the Kenya Revenue Authority to get a bit of data and then start reviewing just to ascertain. But what we've seen happen is that the Kenya Revenue Authority is able to access certain data and for non-resident persons who've not then registered and started complying with digital service tax, then the Revenue Authority is able to speak to them to register and to start complying, failing which then they might institute enforcement measures or things like that. So in terms of review, it hasn't really moved, so you wouldn't call it, proper review the way we know it from a local perspective, but perhaps it's something that will come in the near future, for sure, especially given how much information the Kenya Revenue Authority has as well.
Would you have a proposal maybe to take forward from this conversation on how digital platforms and services can be appropriately be taxed to ensure, oh, that one we have answered. I was directing this question especially for the industry players in those ones providing digital services. I wish Safari was here, but I just wanted us to maybe have a way forward on in any event, what should this digital, do we have a mechanism in which we can propose for such threshold of digital taxation system? For instance, do we have a current threshold for at what level are we taxing? Is it a unified 1.5% for all digital service providers, or is it at a graduated level in your experiences?
Yeah, maybe I could take that. So in terms of the 1.5%, it applies at all levels. It doesn't have a threshold. And I think it's been mentioned or referred to the president earlier today when we were having the American Chamber of Commerce Summit. He mentioned that there is, the intention to migrate into the OECD framework, which sets certain thresholds, in terms of what would then fall within scope for taxation. However, I think currently when you're looking at what the government is doing, that might contravene in a way, what the president said, because we continue to collect digital service tax. And if you're looking at the OECD proposals, they're saying the proliferation of digital service tax is something that we need to avoid. And as member countries of the OECD, we need to adopt a unified framework on how to tax the digital space. So DST itself is a negation from the OECD proposals, which the president was alluding to. And perhaps also to mention that, and maybe Mutembe also mentioned it, we have the digital assets tax, which was introduced the other day, which again also negates the president's views on this. So in terms of threshold, yes, so that's a proposal from the international point of view, from the OECD inclusive framework. They're saying, can we have a threshold? And we also need to have like a minimum rate of tax just to avoid competition between countries, because what has been happening is that you find, there are certain entities, multinationals that will come and establish in Kenya, but then they will find ways of, siphoning whatever money they make from here to certain countries that have lower, say, income tax rates. So to just avoid that kind of competition where you're trying to, erode profits and revenue from this side. So it's proposed to have a minimum rate. And as well, just to ensure that, entities that fall within scope are not all entities. There is also some proposed minimum thresholds in terms of the revenue and profitability of these entities that would qualify for taxation. But currently, we do not have such for DST.
Very well. Any final remarks?
Yeah, the problem we have is technology is moving so fast. And so my sympathies with the KRA is that by the time they figure out how to develop a tax framework for anything technologically, another technology has come. So they will always be looking at ways to follow the technology, and by the time they figure that out again, a lot of time is spent. So I think this idea of developing a standard framework that is very, very simple would provide them with a way of being able to capture as much as possible. You can just look at it in the Finance Act. They said they want to tax digital assets. I I don't know whether they have actually defined what a digital asset is. Now, if they haven't defined what a digital asset is, how am I supposed to pay tax on something that is not defined in law? You know, that's a challenge. Because now there will be a lot of challenges. If KRA comes and in their interpretation, whatever you have created here is a digital asset, and then I decide, no, I disagree, then there will be a lot of issues. You can expect a lot of litigation, you can expect a lot of challenges in terms of that. And one of the biggest problems with taxes is that they really need to be very, very specific, defined, so that there's no question about what is not. So I think that's the challenge the revenue authorities have. And then again, the technology is moving so fast, we really need to look at it. Part of the complications again being given is, if we standardize, then what becomes the competitive environment? What then becomes a competitive factor for anybody to develop a digital service? Because if I can be taxed from anywhere, then how does Kenya become competitive? What opportunities do we give for people to develop if everybody is the same? You see what I'm saying? Because it becomes, the technology becomes the enabler or the equalizer, if we say so. So really we really need to think a bit more about it and see how it is we can develop ways of taxing, but also to develop the innovations that enable us to actually make use of technology and build the money that can then be taxed.
Mr. Moya?
Yeah, so I think from where I sit, I look at it in two ways. So technology being an enabler for the government, definitely they're doing that. And I think all of you might have realized that iTax is working, and working quite well at this point in time. So in terms of being an enabler, in terms of, you know, trying to expand the tax net and whatnot, that's already there, it's working. The Kenya Revenue Authority is perhaps looking to migrating into maybe a better system, still, you know, in the works, but it's expected to come. They've also introduced a new system which they're calling, you know, tax invoice management system, or ETIMS. I'm sure quite a number of you have interacted with it. And based on the changes in law, it's expected that this will also avail more and more data to the Kenya Revenue Authority, which might then in the near future also expand our tax base. So that's expectation in terms of enablement. So technology for purposes of tax collection, obviously a good thing. On the other side, you're looking at now taxing the digital space itself. So that's where maybe there is challenge, and I think that's what Bonamwe is alluding to when he says, you know, it needs to come out very clearly. And from where we sit, if you look at the changes that have been made through the law, you know, be it digital service tax or VAT on digital marketplace supplies, all the proposals and recommendations that are contained in the Inclusive Framework Report by the OECD, you will see definitely there will be gaps. So the interesting bit to then watch out for is how, you know, some of these gaps will then be sealed to ensure that, you know, we do not have people from outside who are, you know, making money locally, but they are not also accounting for taxes. But it's indeed an interesting field, and I think all of you should be quite interested in seeing what happens from a tax point of view. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So before I close, maybe we can just have one shared experience or similar experience from maybe Uganda or any other existing, our neighbors. Is there anyone who would like to just give a final opinion or just one word with regard to digital taxation in your country? Just as a basis of comparative analysis. Yes, sir. I'm certain there is one.
Thank you. In the context of digital tax, of course, we know that our governments look for any opportunity to generate revenue. Most of our governments funding is mainly taxing. So we start by that any opportunity that it presents, they always look at it, yeah, regardless of the implications, regardless of the impact. But if you look at it objectively, of course, even drawing from the explanation by Tembe, and the few I had, I'm not good at names, the gentleman from the bank, where he has indicated also that there are several jobs that have been created offshore that are being done by the products of the academic or the education system here. And likewise in Uganda, there are so many people working as a result of the digital platforms, as a result of automation, as a result of ability for remote working. And yes, in one way, it's creating jobs. But again, we still have what we are saying challenges. That one, we see that the beneficiaries, the main beneficiaries from the digital, I would say, revenues, many times it's foreign. Even when we're talking about local content production, you'll find that the platforms are owned by foreign companies. You'll find that someone is running probably an application, but the cloud servers, the machine, the core codes are all owned by the foreign companies, and they pay. They subscribe to them. And of course, that money goes without. And you'll find that as a result, the services that are offered are the ones that are charged. But what I, of course, agree with the speakers here is we cannot avoid having taxes levied on any service that has generated revenue. But I think we look at balancing it so that it does not suffocate or constrain the innovation, at least the innovation space, or to kill the applications that are being developed. Yeah, thank you.
Very well, thank you very much. Unless there is any other question or concern, I think, yes, moderator?
I'm trying to look for any person to ask question because we are actually almost about to close this session and the day, almost. It doesn't look like we have a question. All right.
So you can clap for us. Thank you very much.
Let's appreciate this very amazing panel that has done a very good job. My heartbeat almost stopped when I say the panel is saying, did you say that he pity KRA? What did you say that you worry about KRA? You sympathize with KRA. I almost lost a heartbeat around there, but thank God I'm actually still much alive. We are actually coming to almost the close of this very wonderful, thrilling conversations. Has anyone learned something? You lift up your hand. I'm so happy to actually see that you've learned something. Any people who've made some good networks, including myself. I know people like Caroline. I know very good people here. I can see. Great. For anyone who wasn't here yesterday, these guys haven't met for 19 years. And this is a reunion, actually, that they got here. Uganda, Malawi, and we have South Sudan. And then we have the Gambia represented. And because yesterday we heard from South Sudan, we heard from Malawi, we heard from Uganda, I think it's only healthy. In typical Kenyan hospitality, we invite a country coming from very far in West Africa, next to Senegal, a very beautiful country with, I think, the best beaches. For those who've traveled to West Africa, it has the best beach in West Africa, by the way. Clearly, I'm selling your country, so I think it's a good thing. It has the best beach. It's the country that gave us Bensouda, and it hosts the African Court of Human Rights. So it's she knows, she's a lawyer. She knows. Banjul actually hosts that, your capital city. So So allow me with profound humility to request our two very amazing guests from, delegates actually from the Gambia, to just come and say something. We want to hear your voice. You're representing the flag of West Africa. So it's amazing that you guys come. Please, let's appreciate and welcome them. Here we say, Karibu Kenya. Welcome to Kenya. And I hope you've taken our tea. We have the best tea in the world. And among the 3 top countries with the best coffee, Uganda comes very close to us. All right. And to speak to us, we have we have Ramu Nyas and we have Ebrima Jame, and they both work at Gamptel, which is the government-owned operator. So let's appreciate them. Tell them, Karibu Kenya! That means welcome to Kenya. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think during the course of the days that we have been here, we learned a lot. And we not only learned, but we also network. Because we've met some people that we have never met before. We were quite happy because we know that once we go back, we will continue to communicate with them. And I'm sure they're going to help us with some of the issues, challenges that we have. Because we do know that we are not on the same level in terms of telecommunication and the digitalization of our different countries. So on that note, we want to thank Afralti for organizing this very important event. But also we want to thank Mozilla for sponsoring the event. We would also like to thank Steve. He was with us. I'm sure he left. But he has given us a very important insight on the open fiber data standard, which we found very interesting because we've never, heard of it before. And it is something that people need to look at and consider in some aspects. We also had the opportunity to also learn about fiber data standards and infrastructure sharing, particularly in terms of fiber, which we found to be very interesting. Again, we have some challenges in terms of those things. At the moment, there are issues that we are talking about, and it's very similar to what we are talking about here. And we have learned a lot in that regard, and hopefully we will use it to augment or enhance our knowledge, to be able to use it to improve our productivity, but revenue generation as well. So, but also, I don't want to say everything. I want to allow let me continue. We would like to thank also the Afralti member countries that are here. We felt very much at home because we have a common purpose that join us together. So we are very happy to meet the team that are here and those who have not been able to make it as well. We also want to thank the Kenyan people, the people who have been with us during the course of these few days. They've been very friendly, and we appreciate you so much, and we want to say thank you to you. And basically, we also want to thank the organizing staff, the people who have been running around, the technical staff, everybody. In short, we appreciate you all, and we want to thank you. And if I forget anybody, please forgive me.
Thank you. It's okay.
Jame, you didn't want to speak? And it's amazing because I really took a lot of convincing to actually get her speak. But I'm so much fascinated by African colors. You know, when you travel to West Africa, the colors, this is so lovely. And I think, Lenny, and your team, you are in the spirit. Can you see the kente, the fabric that we can see here? It's very African, and we love that. That's amazing. And you see how you're blending with it nicely there? Amazing. Let's appreciate every country represented, in every member state represented here. Malawi, Uganda, South Sudan, Gambia, and of course, Kenya. You know, I'm not a prophet, but I know very well when Lenny is happy. Lenny has been smiling all through like a Cheshire cat. That's an expression. I'm not calling you a cat. He's been very happy hearing the conversations, seeing the very amazing attendance, seeing how you guys are sharing some very good insights. So, but really, let me hear from the horse's mouth. I think it's important we hear from the host. How do you feel about this? We're here. This has been amazing. My mind is full, really. I've learned a lot of insights. But let's hear from Lenny. Let's appreciate Leonard Mabele.
You know, partly I'm actually smiling because Simon keeps calling me Lenny, and the networks here know me differently as well. So I'm starting to wonder because Kathy now calls me Leo, so I'm wondering how this is going to mix up. But anyway, it's been an honor to have everything that's happened this week. For all of us, of course, we are all aware, and why we had this summit, as important as it is in some way or another, we depend on fiber. I mean, I know when you're accessing 4G and all, and complaining the network is not good, somehow all the best stations are connected to fiber. So that's a thing that most of us don't think about. So fiber is pretty much the core network that we all rely on. So it's just important that we have had this discussion. But beginning off from this point of view, so our family is a big family, not only Kenya, of course, we have quite a number of other family members. And when this conversation came up, we said, we cannot celebrate alone. We have to call all our brothers, call our whole team. There's a big cake, come, let's have a discussion around it. And so we were really happy to have our brothers from Uganda send someone to be with us here. Our sisters from Malawi, of course, sent someone to be with us here. Our family in South Sudan as well. And of course, the Gambia. And just to let you know, so you do not think we ignored all other family members, we also extended our hand to our other family members in Zimbabwe, in Zambia, and all the other countries. It's just that it's quite unfortunate that planning this in a short time also comes with its own, challenges. You might not be able to get all your brothers coming, right? Some of them, the day you are calling them, they probably have another engagement. But in all honesty, from the bottom of my heart, using the words that Simon has used, I'm really excited. It's been an exciting experience. And thanking everyone who's been involved in this activity. First of all, I want to appreciate Mozilla, because this discussion began online with the Mozilla Foundation. And then, excitingly again, the Mozilla Mradi just took this up and were like enthusiastic about it. Let's do it. I don't know if Patrick is in the room or anyone from Mozilla in the room, just to wave, because I really acknowledge, appreciate the effort that you've put together for this. Yeah, thank you very much. So we're really grateful for Mozilla to helping, just allowing this discussion to happen, for us getting it to really get to this level. And of course, I want to appreciate Afralty. I probably am the guy who's been looking good in a suit, just moving around here and sounding all bougie and talking to different people. A lot of this work was executed people who did not sleep in some days, and just making sure all this comes up. And I'm really grateful that the Afralty team in the room can raise their hands up. Yeah, great. And most importantly, I'm grateful to the lady sitting behind there, Catherine Kagwiria. All these amazing things here. We've been having discussions around making this workshop happen, and one thing has been coming to mind is what Steve Jobs once said, that the people who think they are crazy enough to change the world are the ones who actually do. And I remember having this discussion and telling Kathy, you are crazy about making this happen. And crazy enough, it's happened. Like, we got this being set up in a very short time and had this discussion happen. So just a round of applause to Catherine. And also, so on Monday and Tuesday, as I spoke, we were having a workshop. The workshop was a bit of more like a closed, tight family thing, and that's why we didn't have so many people. We put all our brothers together. We sat in the same room with Mozilla, and we were talking about the open fiber data standard, and we were having Mozilla give its perspective, both from ITU and World Bank, and that's our deep state sort of. So we took a lot of time on Monday to talk about the technical aspects involved in this. Tuesday, the same thing. And I can't thank Steve Song enough. I mean, he's been my friend for a long time, and when we were having this discussion, I didn't think we'd pull off. But lucky again, he managed to fly in, and we've had this discussion. So I'm really grateful the Mozilla Foundation managed to have Steve Song come around. So in absentia, I'm really grateful to Steve Song. I know he's checked out in the hotel now. He's flying out tonight, but we're really grateful for that. And of course, we also had Ben Roberts come around from Liquid Telecom, because this work on the open fiber data standard had quite a number of partners, funded by the World Bank, pushed by the ITU, and then implemented by the Mozilla Corporation, together with Liquid Telecom, together with C Squared, and all these partners. So Ben Roberts came in on Tuesday, and he gave his perspective from Liquid Telecoms. I keep calling it Liquid Telecom. It's Liquid Intelligent Technologies these days. So Liquid Intelligent Technology gave its perspective, and we loved it. And so I also want to appreciate what he came and did at the time. And of course, yesterday, we just wanted to extend the conversation, get all the experts in the room, all the decision makers on infrastructure, all the players, the experts. I mean, in this case, the mobile network operators. So we had Huawei come on. I think we also had the government represented, Communications Authority came around. And we also had quite a number of other operators and fiber infrastructure providers. And the discussion was just to extend this fiber access. Because at the end of the day, we can't talk about AI, we can't talk about digital tax if we are all disconnected. There's no conversation on innovation without connectivity. You are lying to us, stay away. We have to be connected first. And appreciating connectivity, without connectivity, we wouldn't be in this room. It's what has enabled all of us to actually come down here to have this discussion. So appreciating the panel that came in yesterday, and that was an amazing work that we had from infrastructure sharing. And of course, Alphonse is still around. He picked up on to discuss AI and AI in terms of connectivity, just looking at data sharing. How do we do with data? What sort of algorithms? The technical aspects came around. And I'm really grateful to that panel because it provided very great insights. So we've extended these discussions to today, and today we just wanted to cool off a bit. We were mixing up about, we wanted to have sessions where we don't want other people to leave because they want to listen to them. But at the same time, we don't want the people who need to present to leave because we want to manage time. Then the trade-off can be a bit tricky. So we are just excited that we go to balance it out and listen to Communications Authority present their roadmap on connectivity, had the ICT Authority play a full video on the digital transformation journey that the government is putting together. And then we had to call the Foreign Commonwealth Development Office, come around, show us what are they funding, where are the secrets of the money to be funded, what projects should we look out for. And so Charles was here, Michael is still here, and they've done an amazing work on digital access. And then thereafter we thought, okay, fine, it's also good to hear from a point of digital tax. And you can't talk about digital tax now without data. So we were thinking out loud while planning we talk about data and how is that looking like? So AI is actually the big topic. Because data is one thing, making use of that data, combining better things that make sense out of that data is key. And there's something called, these days it's used a lot, especially with IoT and AI. Correlated data models. So we felt like, okay, you know what, let's have Mutembei come. And Mutembei is completely an entrepreneur, complete nerd. He's pushed all these things to make sure they come this far. But then again, even thinking about all these aspects, of course, research and innovation becomes key. And that's when you have Barack, and we've got the panel from Kictanet also being here and talking about what research and innovation needs to look at. So all these discussions have come a long way to make this a successful summit. But I want to say one thing. I am very grateful. I'm thankful to every member in this room. Maybe just clap for yourself before we even talk about any institution. You've stood the test of time. You've been here all along. And of course, to the end of looking at a conversation with the Kenya Bankers Association, a legal representative, and of course, having Deloitte. And you all know Deloitte as one of the big fours from the UK, right? Coming on and discussing digital tax. So I really appreciate you staying on this long. And I appreciate you for interacting over lunch, having those discussions on tea breaks. So I hope this discussion does not end here, as Ramos has said. I hope we keep it going, because I think having this kind of session, most of the time I look at it like creating work. The real work is the conversations we pick forward to actually do. So, and I'm really excited. I know a lot of work is going to come out of it. A lot of publications are going to come out of this. A lot of collaborations, to which, where I sit, I encourage that we collaborate more and we keep building on the discussion. So from the bottom of my heart, asanteni sana. That's why we say thank you in Swahili. Have a good one. I don't know if I need to say this summit is actually closed, or I hand over to you. Okay, so I have the official, the edges to say that. Grateful. Thank you very much. So with that, I officially bring this summit to a close. Let's go have tea and talk about exchanging business cards and what activities can happen in Uganda. Should we have this workshop next in Malawi? Should we take it over all the way to Gambia? So let's have these discussions during tea break, and have a good weekend as well. Bye.
All right. Thank you very much, Leonard.